request all participants to please be seated, and we can start the program now. Good morning to all the dignitaries on the dais and all the participants who have joined us today. We are going to start the Chintan Shivir on professional services organized by Department of Commerce along with SEPC and ICAI. I request Prasanna Kumar D, Vice President of ICAI, to please give the welcome remarks.
Respected Sri Rajesh Agarwal ji, Commerce Secretary, Department of Commerce, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India, and Sri Darpan Jain ji, Joint Secretary, Department of Commerce, respected CA, Charanjoshi Nanda sir, Honorable President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, and Dr. Upasana Arora, the Chairperson of Services Export Promotion Council, and Professor Abhay Purohit, the President, Council of Architecture, Dr. T. Dilip Kumar, the President, Indian Nursing Council, and participants in today's program, all the professionals, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of you. At the outset, I welcome all of you for today's interactive session called Chintan Shivir, which is jointly organized by the Department of Commerce, that is Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, and Services Export Promotion Council. Chintan Shivir is a good platform for all the professionals to join together, discuss and deliberate the opportunities for Indian professionals, not only in India but across the borders also, and particularly to see what are the best practices other professionals are doing. Maybe chartered accountants professionals, or cost accountants, architects, or nursing professionals, what are the best practices they are doing, to see that Indian professionals are recognized and overseas. Those practices can be adopted by other professions also. That is the way this particular meeting has been organized. It's an interactive session. A lot of company secretaries are also there, chartered accountants are there, and CMS, cost accountants are also present here, apart from the nurses and architects and legal professionals, legal humanities also present in today's meeting. This is the first of its kind which is organized by the ministry, and it's a very good beginning for all of us, and I'm sure this is going to be throw a seed that it will grow into trees, and finally all the Indian professionals will have a lot of things to do for this country, overseas also. You are all aware that Indian professionals are most wanted professionals across the world, wherever whichever the jurisdiction go, whichever the professionals you speak about, because we are knowledgeable, we are hardworking, we are committed. On top of all these things, we are adaptable to any situation. And also, we have got highest integrity and we are most dependable professionals across the world. That is the reason we are recognized across the world. Whenever we have seen many professionals, particularly chartered accountants are seen, if they have to choose between two accounting professionals, there is a chartered accountant, some other professional, they will choose chartered accountant because all these qualities are there. It's not akin to only chartered accountant profession, it is akin to all the professionals in the country. So this is the first time this particular platform where ICI joined with the Ministry of the Commerce. We have organized many programs with other ministries. This is the first time we've gotten an opportunity to join hands with the Ministry of Commerce. We're all very happy today. And I'm sure the deliberations will be very great deliberations. So I welcome Dr. Upasana Arora, the Chairperson of Service Export Promotion Council. We're all joint organizers also. I too welcome the Commerce Secretary, Rajesh Agarwal sir, under whose dynamic leadership all this particular event Shivir is happening. And the most connected person to all of us, most of us know one person, Department of Commerce, that is Darpan Jain sir. He is connected with everyone, not only the council members, everyone knows him. He has been closely interacting. Whenever anything, some, free trade agreements, everything going on, he is connected with all the, professionals across the country. And I also welcome Professor Abhay Purohit, the President of Council of Architecture. So I also welcome Dr. Dilip Kumar, the President, Indian Nursing Council, and also welcome all the professionals sitting here. So for this particular event, and we will make a great beginning, and I'm sure this will pave the way for great days ahead, all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. May I please request Mr. Darpan Jain, Joint Secretary, Department of Commerce, to set the context for this Chintan Shivir, sir?
Thank you so much, Anupa. A very good morning to all the guests who have come to this particular Chintan Shivar. Dignitaries on the dais. I will keep my context setting very, very brief. You are all aware of professional services. Professional services are a class unto themselves because in services, professional services are very closely regulated services. In some countries, professional bodies regulate professional services. In some countries, we have seen even government directly regulating professional services. So this is a category of services which faces barriers because they are also regulated by the professional bodies. But professional services have grown very significantly over last 20-25 years. I'm talking about international trade in professional services. It is a part of our overall business services category, and it is growing very fast. In fact, if we see services trade, international trade in services, at the beginning of this century, our exports in services was actually negligible. A couple of $2 billion was our exports in services. Today, we are exporting 375 billion worth of services from India. Professional services, business services is becoming an important component. Now, what is leading to these changes? What is making our services grow? Apart from other factors, one of the major factors which everyone attributes to growth in services is the digitalization of services. It is now very easy to digitally deliver services. You need not travel to another country. You can sit in your country and you can deliver services sitting in one country to another country. So in some ways, digitalization, growth of technology has actually resulted in the whole world becoming a marketplace. So today for professionals, one should not only look at my domestic market, my district or my city. One should look at the whole world because it is not very difficult to provide services through digital channels. So what are the trends which are affecting? So I presume the digitalization momentum will go on. It will further increase in years to come. This is an important trend which will continue and which will result in different parts of the world demanding services from the best professionals, delivering the best value. Now, if that is the scenario, what are the other trends which may affect professional services? Geopolitics is one trend. I mean, we are seeing it is affecting all cross-border trade. It is affecting goods in a very significant way. It may affect services after some time, we don't know. But geopolitics is something which we need to take into account. Digitalization, as I said, technology, broadly technology is another important trend which one needs to take into account. All of us are aware about artificial intelligence. All of us are aware about how adoption of new technologies is leading to fading of routine activities, activities which do not require as much of human intervention, but demand for more value-add services, demand for higher skills, which only humans can deliver. So I think that trend will become more and more pronounced in years to come. The third important trend which I would like to consider is the sustainability, climate change, environment. This is the third trend which is affecting global trade. It is affecting trade in services as well. So these are the three trends which I would like to place before you. In the context of these trends, what are the tools available to us? So the way we have structured today's sessions are basically in the category of different tools which one can look at. Now, when I said whole world is the marketplace, but are we equipped to deliver our services in that marketplace? Are our domestic laws, our policies enabling us to deliver those services? Am I on the same level ground as other professionals in other parts of the world to provide services in those countries? For example, in professional services, we see advertising is not allowed in many professions. We see soliciting of business is not allowed in many professions. The legal forms are restricted in many professions. So are our laws updated and in sync with the best practices in the world? Can multiple professionals come together and provide services? This is another trend, the requirement of interdisciplinary services. World is going to get more and more complex. So first thing which we would like to deliberate upon is, are our domestic frameworks, our laws, our regulations equipping us to provide those services to the world? The second most important part is, are we oriented in that direction? Are we reaching out to other markets? Are we connecting with our professionals who are providing services in different parts of the world? Prasanna Kumar ji mentioned that we are considered as very dependable. People look for Indian professionals, but how much are our professional bodies in touch with those professionals? What kind of networks do we have? What kind of presence do we have in form of chapters of our professionals in other countries? How much of advocacy are we doing with other professional bodies? Are we in regular touch with them? Are we in kind of sync with them? So that is another element which we would like to deliberate upon. The third important tool is, you are aware we are signing large number of trade agreements. Trade agreements is nothing but integrating with another country, integrating your market with another country, integrating your regulations with another country. Now, when we are doing that, when we are integrating, can we deliver something for our professional services? What is that we need to do so that our professionals find it easy to deliver services in those markets? Should we do a mutual recognition agreement? Should we do some sort of a alignment of harmonization of standards, alignment of standards? So we need to deliberate upon that. So these are some of the things which we felt we should discuss, which we should deliberate upon. Some professional bodies have done exceedingly good work. When I met President ICAI, I interacted with their leadership. We saw they have courses which train professionals, chartered accountants, in providing services in other parts of the world. They have standards which are regularly updated. They have chapters in more than 50 countries. They have networks with other countries. They have MRAs. Maximum number of MRAs which we have are in the profession of chartered accountants. Similarly, can we do for other professions? So this sort of peer learning we felt is very much required. Can we learn from each other? What are the good practices which other professions are doing? And then imbibe those good practices and see as to whether we can take our professional services up to a next level. As Prasanna Kumar ji was saying, India has talent, India has knowledge, India has scale. The number of professionals which we have, no other country can have. So can we leverage that? So I think that is the objective of today's session, to provide a way forward. As you all know, our vision is to grow our services. Currently, we are 375 billion. Our vision is, in next few years, we should grow it to more than 1 trillion. That is our aim. We plan to surpass our goods exports shortly. Maybe in next couple of years, if our growth in services continue, our services are growing at 8-9%, our goods are growing at 3-4% max. So if we are able to grow faster, can we surpass our goods export and become a $1 trillion services exports? Top 3 in the world, that is our vision. So can we reach there? So I wish you all the best. Let's hope to have good deliberations. Let's hope to have good suggestions where there is a clear path forward, and then we can act upon it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for setting the context, and that will form the basis on which we will anchor our discussions today. We now move on to sectoral perspectives. I request President ICAI, Shri Charanjot Singh Nanda, to please provide his perspectives. Sir.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Shri Rajesh Agarwal Sahab, Commerce Secretary, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Shri Darpan Jain, Joint Secretary, DOC, and a friend of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, Dr. Upasana Arora, Chairperson, Services Export Promotion Council and Managing Director, Yashoda Super Specialty Hospitals, Shri T. Dilip Kumarji, the President Indian Nursing Council, Professor Abhay Vinayak Purohit, President Council of Architecture, my very esteemed council members from the sister institutes, the respected dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. My heart fills with pride when I come here to make the address today. I am so happy, so thrilled, so overwhelmed to see India at this space. We have grown and crossed all the barriers that stopped us at one time. This incredible growth, this negotiation of trade agreements, they have put us at a parlous where the entire world now looks forward to India as an investable, climate-oriented country. I see Mr. Dipesh sitting here from IFSCI. I remember ICA going with IFSCI making roadshows in Australia, in San Francisco, in Dubai, in London, and see number of people in a day. We had more than 9 to 10 meetings, and the people thronged in large numbers to have and witness this transformation, which is a great accolade on our part. I'm reminded of a couplet on this account, which I will share with you. They say, "Dete na the jo jawab, unke salam aane lage. Dete na the jo jawab, unke salam aane lage. Waqt badla, to mere neem ke ped par aam aane lage." Times have changed on a larger perspective. And as the president of ICA, I would like to tell you that we started our journey way back on 1st July 1949. When the most important document to the democracy, the constitution, was not adopted. You're all aware that the constitution to this great country was promulgated on 26 January 1950. The pertinent question that arises is, what prompted the Constituent Assembly to set up an Institute of Chartered Accountants of India when their democratic setup was not in place? The answer is very candid, very simple, very forthcoming. They were looking for a disciplined band of soldiers to steer this country out of confusion and put it on the path of perpetual growth and advancement. And there we are, the financial soldiers of this great Republic of India. We had a very humble beginning with 1650 members, and today we have transformed to be the largest accounting body of the world. We have 5,28,000 chartered accountants and 11,67,000 students, active students as on date. We do a lot of things. I like to just, in a very short span, list down what we do. Darpan Jansa very rightly spoke about the shackles, the barriers which we have. Sir, we had a council meeting on 10th and 11th of December. We allowed advertisement. The greatest issue which was always engulfing us in terror. From 1st April 2026, the revised rules of advertisement and solicitation shall come into force. We went ahead with formulation of international networking guides in sync with your principles, your thought process. ICA will always be a crusader to give best of the services. Now, we are empowering our CA firms here, our MDBs here, to have network arrangements with any other professional in the entire world. We brought out the new version of Code of Ethics. Sir, Indians have given derivatives to the word. They gave zero to the word. They gave Code of Ethics to the word. I go back to 1963. The ISBA code came somewhere in 1979, 1980. 1963, our past president, Mr. R.C. Cooper, presented the first Code of Ethics and wrote two important stanzas. The first thing he said, that code can never be codified. Ethics is something that will always remain alive in the changing contemporary times. And second thing he said, when you are beset with the ethical problem, and you have a legal solution, don't go on to the solution. Sit back, relax, and refer your conscience what has to be done. That Code of Ethics, latest version has come. We have synchronized ISBA with our sustainability standards. We have gone ahead with social audit. Ladies and gentlemen, as an institute, we are fully mindful of the fact that the contribution we make makes our motherland India an economic superpower. Going ahead, we have a lot of post-qualification courses. The latest we did was on arbitration and mediation. We have a center on that. A number of directors from that mediation council are sitting here. We have post-qualification courses on outsourcing services. India does basically with 5 countries, US, UK, Australia, New Zealand and Canada. Except New Zealand, we have everything online, post-qualification courses for outsourcing services in US, UK, Canada, and Australia. And we're working for New Zealand. Moving ahead, we have post-qualification courses on information system audit. I want to tell you, when it comes to technology, we are masters. 81% of international technology initiatives emerged from India. We have a committee, AI in ICI, Artificial Intelligence. 1st July 2024, we launched the certification course on artificial intelligence, and today we have more than 35,000 qualified chartered accountants who are artificial intelligence certified professionals. And leave aside artificial international blockchains, data analytics, Internet of Things, cyber security audits, information security audits, they are all our fortes. I would like to bring before the House that now we are coming with information system audit standards as well. We have post-qualification courses on number of things, that is on international tax. And I want to tell you, sir, day before yesterday, I was in touch with one of a young chartered accountant born in 1989. He has a turnover of over 50 crores doing transfer pricing services across all continents. He sits here and makes a treaty between New Zealand and Germany. So ultimately, bringing India to this parlance where we are able to effectively give our best. Language is also not a barrier. We have language courses in German, in French. We have language, at least 8 to 10 courses we have where we make our people proficient in languages. Ladies and gentlemen, ICI is totally geared with the fact that with this large chartered accountants we have to change the thought process. From accounting, finance, technology, now we are treated as business partners across the entire globe. The entire world looks upon us for giving the services. And as the 73rd President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, I want to tell you, sir, that we are fully dedicated to take India to that purpose. And the last thing before I say goodbye to you, very importantly, we need to understand that wherever you go, take control of that. If you think about IFRS, just on international front, I want to tell you, we use IFRS and we give the royalty for IFRS to IFRS Foundation situated in London. ICI, on international fronts, I would like to tell you, we were the first in the world to come out with guidance on remote auditing way back on 30th March 2020 when COVID had barely started. We are the first international body to come out with 23 forensic standards. And as we pay royalty to IFRS Foundation, the entire world now wants to pay royalty to us for using our global forensic standards. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to understand one thing very clearly. If we have to strive to larger perspectives, if you want an incredible growth, the most important thing is control. When you read IFRS, you will understand the entire IFRS is towards the person who has control. And my last parting couplet to you, कहते हैं ना, हाथ की लकीरें भी बड़ी शातिर होती हैं, हाथ की लकीरें भी बड़ी शातिर होती हैं, कमबख्त मुट्ठी में तो होती है, काबू में नहीं होती. So the most important thing which we want to take today is control. How we have control to take India to unprecedented heights, to make India an economic superpower, which is the dream of Ministry of Commerce. And we as faithful soldiers would align, would ensure that this synchronization be done. Whenever you call us, we are at your beck and call. And I say this without authority as the President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. Thanks, sir, for inviting us here. You can always bank upon us. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. We now have Dr. T. Dilip Kumar, President of the Indian Nursing Council, joining us online. Sir, you may please provide your perspectives. Sir, I think you're on mute.
Good morning to all of you. Greetings from the Indian Nursing Council. First of all, I would like to congratulate the Ministry of Commerce for organizing this very important Chintan Shivir. And we, nursing and midwifery professionals from India, well sought globally. I think one of the very recently, the World Health Organization and the International Council for Nurses, they have released the State of the World Nursing Report. the World Health Assembly estimated that there is a shortfall of 5.8 million to 6 million nurses. There is a global shortage. So, therefore, this meeting, this consultation is very useful, and we are working with the International Council for Nurses. India was not a member of the International Council for Nurses of 139 countries of the Club of Countries. In 2011, we have become the member of the International Council for Nurses. And we are also for the latest, the India was not a board of member in the International Council for Nurses. So in the last July in the Finland, India has been elected, that I have been elected as a board member in the International Council for Nurses from the Southeast Asia. So we have a very global presence. We have a large number of the nursing educational institutions in India. We are we have about 3,000 diploma nursing schools and about 2,500 degree nursing colleges which we have. We are having a state-of-the-art the curriculum, competency-based curriculum. You can imagine recently the Indian Nursing Council revised the basic nursing curriculum to align with the global curriculum. The Brunswick University of the developed country of Canada, after seeing our curriculum, straight away they came to the Brunswick Nursing Regulator, Brunswick University. They came to Indian Nursing Council asking us, they are willing to give a dual degree. Without our nursing students going to the Brunswick, they are getting the dual degree from the Manipal. 30 supernumerary seats we have given. These 30 students, without going to the Brunswick, they are getting their license and also the dual degree from Manipal and the Brunswick University. That speaks the volume of the competence of the curriculum. When a developed country is coming straight away and without our nursing students going to the Canada, they are getting the dual degree. So that is the level of the curriculum which we have prepared. Now there are a lot of universities from the developed countries. They want to give a dual degree. Now there is a lot of list which we are processing. How can we give the dual degree to encourage our nursing students to go and work in the developed countries? As I said, 6 million nurses, the World Health Organization and the International Council for Nurses have estimated a shortfall of the 6 million nurses by 2030. And you also, the United Nations have also made a declaration that without nurses and midwives, you cannot achieve the universal health coverage. So therefore, all the countries are looking towards India, and we have some of the bottlenecks like the language barrier. And we have also made a regulation by the Indian Nursing Council. We have asked all the managements, they can teach any foreign language. We have allowed them to teach foreign languages. Now the process has been started to teach the German and especially in the Guwahati, we have started the Japanese language. So now many of the institutions, they have started to address this problem of the language barrier. So they have started many of the foreign languages courses also. So by having this, to tell you another standard of our nursing education, recently in 2024, when a Danish higher education minister was here, and when she was after the deliberation from India, she was going back in the airport. When they asked about the bites you gave was, quality of education of Indian nurses is very high. The Danish Minister of Higher Education and Science, she made a mention in the airport. So that itself, the volume of the standard of the nursing education we are providing. So therefore, we have also not limited only to the extent of the numbers. We have also started the nurse practitioner critical care program, which is one of the very well sought in many of the countries. So we have about 70 nurse practitioner critical care program also we have started. So there will be a big demand will be there in many of the. there is a 450% of the nursing and midwifery professionals have gone abroad. This OECD country, which is one of the reliable data, they come out and they have estimated now after the Philippines, India is the number 2, and that too especially 425%, even more and above the Philippines. Now we are in number 1. Our nurses are getting the jobs in the many of the countries. The Middle East was one of the area where our nurses and midwives were well sought. But Middle East has taken a policy decision that they are not going to accept the diploma holders. They are only going to accept the graduates. So therefore, we have now moved into the upgrading the schools of nursing into colleges of nursing, or the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare has given a approval that voluntarily we are upgrading the schools of nursing into colleges of nursing. So we are in a way preparing for the global market, and also in order to improve the competencies of the nurses and midwifery professionals, we have started the state-of-the-art simulation center. The state-of-the-art simulation center we have established in Gurgaon, where the global evidence which is available that with the simulation, the 50% of the baccalaureate program of nursing can be taught through the simulation. So therefore, in order to improve the competencies of our nursing and midwifery professionals, we have started the state-of-the-art the simulation center. And last month, the second such a simulation center we have started in the down south in Bagalkot Medical College. So we have a 2 standard, very highly competency training environment which is there in the simulation center. So many of the institutions are looking for the increasing the competency in getting our nurses from these 2 simulation centers. I think I am very happy to inform you that I was working as a nursing advisor in the Ministry of Health. I had a lot of meetings I used to attend in the Ministry of Commerce for the MRA. I think we are the first regulatory body at that time. We signed an MRA with the Singapore Nursing Board. After a lot of deliberations, and our executive committee visited the Singapore, and we were able to sign an MRA with the Singapore Nursing Board. So we are already in touch with many of the countries for signing the MRAs. But this is each country have their own regulations, and we are working how best we can. But this curriculum, what the BSc nursing curriculum, the state-of-the-art curriculum, competency-based curriculum, what we have developed, this is going to bridge the gap to sign an MRA with many of the countries. So therefore, we are well prepared for the global curriculum. And with this, our nurses, wherever they go, our nurses, especially Indian nurses, culturally they are very adaptive, and English is the medium of instruction we are teaching during the course of the training. So therefore, anywhere in the world, the nurses are well sought. So therefore, we are Indian Nursing Council making all the efforts of giving the international standard of the International Council of Nurses, the competencies, and whatever some of the regulations which the International Council of Nursing is providing, we are getting into the basic curriculum. So therefore, we'll be with the Ministry of Curriculum, what best can be made to prepare the nurses and midwifery professionals to be a competent, and especially at present we are already number 1 in the global market for the nurses and midwives from India. So we are also brought a state-of-the-art in the highest qualification in a developed country for nursing professionals working in the clinical level is the DNP, Doctor of Nursing Practice. We have brought this curriculum, we have brought this program on a pilot basis. We have launched in Mahatma Gandhi Medical College in Mumbai. We have launched this DNP program with the University of Houston with the collaboration we have started. So therefore, we are in touch with the global nursing practices, so that we are adopting in day-to-day our curriculum. So we will be able to keep up the competencies, because once our nurses are competent, then demand will still grow. But there are some challenges which we are facing in this, one of the challenges is the licensing. The licensing is one of the new Nursing and Midwifery Commission, which our Ministry of Health has passed in the Parliament, and it is going to be there shortly. And it is going to create another platform for the assessment and recognition. So the assessment and certification, these two centers are going to having a capacity for the assessment certification, but many of our nurses have to travel to the other countries to write an examination for passing. So that is one of the challenge. I think we can bring that facility to India because we have a state-of-the-art simulation centers are there, so that we can save the time and money for our nurses to appear for such examination, so that that time lag which is now our Indian nurses are facing, that can be shortened. So with the collaboration of the Ministry of External Affairs, the Ministry of Commerce, we can work together to bridge this gap of the time lag which our nurses are taking to go to the abroad for practice. So I'll be Indian Nursing Council will be very happy to work with the Ministry of Commerce in the whatever in the way forward. Some of the bottlenecks, challenges which are there, we can jointly work it out to remove these challenges. So wish you best of luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. May I please request Professor Abhay Vinayak Purohit, President, Council of Architecture, to please share his reflections.
Namaskar. Dignitaries on the dais, Shri Rajesh Agarwal ji, Shri Darpan Jain ji, Shrimati Upasana Arora ji, Shri Chandrajot Singh Nanda ji, Dr. T. Dilip Kumar ji, Shri Prasanna Kumar ji, the policy makers present here, ladies and gentlemen. Greetings from Council of Architecture. We are the body, autonomous body under the Architects Act 1972. And since then, we are working towards with the mandate of governing architecture education and the profession. Any great civilization always needs the testimony of architecture. Without that, it could not be considered as a great civilization. And the time has come for Bharat, whereupon we are again coming up with a new order of a civilization, which is going to be a great civilization. And essentially, yes, in that case, contribution of architecture has to be significantly there. Presently, we have about 400 schools of architecture across India and 2 schools in the foreign countries. We have about 190,000 architects who are registered with Council of Architecture. We have about 35,000 architects who are working in the different parts of the world under the big brand names, which are who's who in the architecture design, like Norman Foster's and Associates, like big, like Zahadid and Associates. And I'm very proud to see that they are performing fantastically well in those areas. Having said that, we also have the challenges. Few of them were, as a general challenges, have been put up by Darpanji. That, for example, presently we are registering only the architects and the architectural firms are not registered. The definition of architectural services is presently not in our Architects Act, which actually happens to be in the majority of the part of the world. It has been revised, and the definition of architectural services have been very expressway, has been put up in their acts. We are in the process of looking at that. We also have our challenges in that sense. When we are talking about the mutual recognition agreements as such, we are actively in the talks with the USA, UK, South Africa, and few of the other countries. And what we have realized is that though our architects are fantastically well delivering their services across the world, we, as country, when we intend to export our services in the official fashion, then there are certain sort of the challenges which we have to understand. Since the services are not so clearly defined, many of the foreign architectural firms are practicing in India, not under the name of architectural services, but under the name of the design services. Now, this is one challenge which we have to see, that in other countries as such, the architectural services have been defined, and so when we have to basically go there, we need to fulfill certain norms, whereas when they practice in India, they can practice under any sort of a name. It's a challenge, need to be addressed to. That the firms and the practices are not registered, so there is another problem which starts coming in. Multidisciplinary practices, as rightly put up by Darpanji, is something which is happening around and which is very, very strong, and that needs to be really addressed to. And hence, specifically when we talk about the field of architecture, it could not be functioning in isolation. You require a technology support, sometimes you require also legal support, sometimes you require even chartered accountants could become the partners to the architectural firms, and this is one area which we need to look at. Education needs to gear up in order to address to the issues of contemporary education, one part of it, and we know that disruptive technologies is becoming a very, very important aspect, so that also needs to be put up. AI is one part of it. We have the digital technology happening around, we have manufacturing process, parametric design, and so on and so forth. All this becomes an integral part of it, and yes, on top of it, as again rightly put up, it is the sustainability. Sustainable development goals. Now, architecture and planning is that area whereupon sustainable development goals are directly capable of actually making an impact. And so we need to look at that. Council realizes these aspects. As such, I'm glad to inform you that we are looking at certain verticals. For example, we have proposed amendment to Architects Act, which has been submitted to the government recently, whereupon we are addressing to the issues in terms of having the examination, which is a professional examination, was absent, so that has been introduced. Along with that, registration of architectural firms and practices also is integrated. Along with that, as such, how are we capable of making the partnership with the foreign architectural firms, because world as it is very, very now small. And so it is always possible that, cross-boundary sort of the partnerships could, and we should also welcome the good practices. Wherever best things are happening around, as such, let Bharat adopt that. And that is a good way, because we are also capable of, reaching to those parts. So we have also made those provisions in the amendment to Act, which has been the proposal which has been submitted. With that, as such, we would be in position to sign Canberra Accord, which actually basically meant for architecture. As we have Washington Accord for the engineering and technology, it is a Canberra Accord which would be governing architecture. And we would be in position to basically sign it, because with the professional examination, and we have also now new proposal for a national education policy and how to align the architecture education with that. As such, we have also incorporated all the sort of the good practices, whereupon we are aligning now our programs, proposal to align our programs with the 5 years integrated masters, bringing the architecture program, basic architecture program to 4 years, and then building up on the strength of that. That is something which has been introduced, and we are also giving more stress on Indian knowledge systems and architecture. We are giving a stress on a sustainable development and its implications. We are also talking about the disruptive technologies like AI and its integration, and which has already started. And one of the good things which would happen is that up till now it was as if like, once architect, always architect. In a sense that there is nothing like improving upon the skill set, or maybe attending the compulsory sort of the credit programs and so many credits to be completed and all that, that we have introduced, saying that periodically one has to keep on upgrading the knowledge, one has to appear for professional exemption. But looking at the complexity of professional ecosystem in India, we have also suggested the graded practice. And thereby the architects would be at a top of it, but at the same point of time, the graded practice would also be available to those who are capable of qualifying certain examinations. This would be capable of providing the requisite manpower, skilled manpower, at the various levels of Bharat. So villages would also have adequate number, because this 1 lakh, whatever, 50,000, etc., is not good enough number. And thereby we require them who also are capable of doing a graded practice. So we have also introduced a graded practice as a part of the Amendment to Architects Act. And this graded practice, by the way, is practiced in many of the countries which are near to us. So in Japan you have it, in Malaysia you have it, in China you have it, which actually keeps on helping and building up the entire ecosystem. In addition to that, we have started with the international conferences, whereupon the pertinent issues are discussed as such, and whereupon the professionals and the schools of architecture could come together and the students could come together, so that together they are capable of raising it. Last year we conducted it on the disruptive technologies. This year we are conducting it on the sustainable development goals. And all this would be contributing towards a directly policy-making part of a Council of Architecture. So we are trying to bridge that kind of a gap. We are also establishing a center of excellence on the emerging technologies at Bengaluru, which will be open up for all those who are into a built environment. So it is not only that architecture starts its journey alone. Along with that, as such, you have to also integrate the technology and others. And so we are starting with that. And let me tell you that we have also got it assessed internationally. And such kind of a center of excellence is nowhere present in the world. And so the people are very, very willing to come and do it. Another initiative of ours, which has been largely appreciated at US, as well as few days back, I was in a discussion with South African counterpart of Council of Architecture. We have almost at the final stage of developing what we call as a design audit program. Now this is like presently we have the rating systems. Now we are talking about a green rating system somewhere there, and we are talking about a universal accessibility and rating of that. And we are talking about the energy audits and so on and so forth. What Council has done is that Council has actually combined something like 15 to 18 parameters on which a objective evaluation of the designs would happen prior to its execution. Now this is very, very important in a sense that because you are investing a lot of resources, and later on to realize after the erection of the project that in certain areas it is failing. Now with the availability of the technology, it is always possible that you are capable of simulating everything and you are capable of judging the project prior to its erection, which would be actually saving a lot of time, money, resources. So when we have projected this across NCAB, which is a counterpart of Council of Architecture in USA, they are so interested. They said that if you are doing that as such, we would like to be partners to it. This reaction I have seen from South African board also, whereupon they said that this seems to be a takeaway for us, that if that is happening around, possibly it is the world's first sort of attempt which would be happening around. And maybe when next time we meet as such, possibly at that point of time, I also would be capable of demonstrating it to you that it has happened. Such are the initiatives which we are taking. We know that we have a long way to go. We have our own challenges, but at the same point of time, we are progressing in a direction, a definite direction, whereupon we intend to bring India, Bharat, on the forefront as far as architectural services are concerned. Thank you very much for inviting me. Dhanyavad.
Thank you very much, sir. May I please request the Commerce Secretary, Shri Rajesh Agarwal, to please address the audience today. Thank you, sir.
A very good morning to all of you. First of all, my colleague in the ministry, Darpan Jain, Joint Secretary looking after services, President of ICI, Charanjot Singh Nanda ji, Vice President, CA Prashanna Kumar ji, Dr. T. Dilip Kumar, who has joined us virtually, President, Nursing Council, President Council of Architecture, Professor Abhay Vinayak Purohit ji, Dr. Upashana Arora ji, Chairperson Services Export Promotion Council and Managing Director, Yasoda Super Speciality Hospitals, all the practicing professionals and members of various professional associations who have gathered here today, my colleagues from the ministry. First of all, I'd like to say that I'm very happy to see that at least we have started this new beginning. We must have done it in the past, but for me it is the first interaction where I'm hearing about discussion about how to take our professional services export forward. This is a good beginning that the services division is started, and I think a good thing begun is half done. If we have started well, if we started with the right intent, we are on the right track, then it is half done. On services export, friends, I like to say, one, this has been the strength of India for last decade or so, the way the services exports have grown, and it has grown much faster than the global growth. It has grown much faster than the merchandise growth. And as Darpan pointed out, we are well poised to take over merchandise exports in next couple of years or so. So this growth is very heartening, but we can't sit on our laurels. We need to prepare for future, because probably this is the strength of India, and if we don't encash our strength, if we are not able to live our strength to the potential, the dream of Viksit Bharat 2047 will not be realized. So I think there is a lot of onus on the services sector per se in India to see how we are able to take this growth journey of India. The second good part is, if you look at globally also, the services trade is growing much faster than the merchandise trade. 10 years back, this was not the scenario. The services was very minor part of the global trade, but today the services trade have grown up to $9 trillion approximately. It's quite a big number, and it's growing much faster than merchandise exports. It may not equal merchandise exports in the near future, but definitely it is going to grow much faster, and that's why the kitty that is available for us to play out will be much larger. It's already around 9 trillion, it will grow on to grow much faster. So again, this is a positive that is happening when we are well poised to deliver services. Because if you look at why we are well poised to deliver services, we are on that demographic cusp wherein our population is young, our working age population numbers will be higher than the overall dependent population, and it is well poised to reach even 100 crores. The working age population at some point in time will reach around 100 crores in this country. If that is the kind of demographic advantage we do have for next 20 years, 25 years, I think this is the time when India can actually provide lots of services both for domestic consumption and abroad. And this is the time when the services trade globally is also growing. Lastly, if you look at globe also, I think fortunately this is the time when you are finding this disbalance between the services that are consumed and services they are being offered, because of the aging population in most of the developed geographies. Because most of the developed geographies, the population is aging, and they are the ones who will consume more services. There is a disbalance. The trade has to move. Somebody else will have to provide those services, and they will need to move from across the borders. And that's why probably the trade in services is also growing. So I think it is a conjunction of stars which is taking place, and if we can just play our cards well, if we are just able to prepare well, I think India can be well poised to play its part as far as the services trade of this global trade and services goes. And to mind you also, the impact that all of you have through services trade, the impact on the Indian economy of services exports of $375 billion is much higher than the impact in the Indian economy of merchandise exports of $450 billion. Because of the kind of value add that we create in the economy, the kind of wealth that we create in the economy, because in merchandise, there is a lot of GVCs at play, a lot of resources have to come in and go. But the overall impact on the GDP in exact value terms, I think services drive in much more. So if we are able to grow much faster, I think the impact we'll have on our economic growth in the country will also be much higher. So keeping that in view, I think this is good that we are talking, discussing about it, and trying to think through what are the things we need to do together to see that we are well poised to deliver services wherever there is a demand. So the second aspect is when we have gathered all of us here, I think I was very happy to hear that both ICAI, Nursing Council, even the architecture section, they're all forward looking to these services exports. They are looking at what all things, and from architecture I have about what all things in the legal framework needs to be done internally to make us more aligned to the global network and even make us more aligned to providing architectural services abroad. And also maybe safeguarding our domestic ecosystem in a manner so that we promote fair competition, not unfair trade. So I think it's good to hear they are thinking about it. It was good to hear about Nursing Council on the MRA they achieved with Singapore more than a decade back. And other organizations across the globe are trying to work with Nursing Council to have dual degrees, whereby recognizing their curriculum, recognizing their quality of education. That's also very heartening too. From ICAI, the numbers itself were very heartening. The numbers of chartered accountants or member chartered accountant we do have, and the students who are actually into the ecosystem. So I think it's good to see there is a lot of thinking and a lot of positivity in the organization, professional bodies which are leading this foray. In the government, we are here to support you to see what we need to do internally within the country. There's a set of things that we need to do within the country, whether it's law, regulation, curriculum, education, our education system, what we need to do together within the ecosystem, within our country, so that we are well poised and globally recognized as far as your sector goes. You need to study that, understand that, maybe advise us, so that commerce is a horizontal ministry. We don't do much directly in individual sectors, but we can work with other ministries to see that we are able to help you to get your regulations right, to get your curriculums right, to ensure that there are adequate number of educational institutions within the country to deliver the numbers that you require for today and tomorrow. And also enable you develop a framework which is promoting fair play of global services within India also. Because when we will provide services globally, then we have to be open to let global services come to India also. We can't have that we will close our doors and we'll only like to go to other places, because that will not be feasible. In the long run, we'll face a lot of headwinds there. So to let that happen, whatever has to be done internally is one set of issues that we should discuss today and try to come up very clear suggestions, which I think we in commerce can drive it with other ministries also, other relevant ministries, to see how best and how fast we can move. Two, we need to look at globally what are the opportunities that are emerging. What are the geographies where these opportunities for accounting or auditing or architectural services are emerging, or nursing services are emerging, and what we need to prepare for them, what we need to do. I think very happy to hear about foreign languages that each one of you talked about, that you are integrating option of foreign languages for your professional students. That opens up a large bit of opportunities, because if with the right skill set and the right language, if you look at the right geography, I think the opportunities multiply multifold. So that was also a very positive thing that I heard today. So I think what we need to do globally, which markets to target, how to do that, and what governments need to do. Like we do a lot of trade agreements, and in all the trade agreements, I think one of the key areas that we negotiate is the services. We try to open up or get binding commitment on more and more service areas of interest, professional services sectors, so that we are able to give you a clarity of pathway for perpetuity. So that you know these are the geographies which are well integrated with India, and if we align our curriculum, if we align our outcome in a manner which is ready to serve a market in UK, then we can look forward to it for next 10, 20 years without having any problems, because that is part of a binding commitment of a FTA. So we are trying to do that. We'll need more of your help to see what more we need to do with which all geographies across the world. And at the same time, you need to identify what you need to do to actually reach out. One of the suggestions I heard, thoughts I heard, were international conferences. I think international conferences are a good way to exchange ideas and connect with right bodies and right ecosystems. Because when they know you better, they understand your strength, you understand their challenges, you are able to come up with solutions which are good for both of them. So I think having more and more international conferences where you take your bodies abroad in the right geographies to conduct your annual conferences, and at the same time bring in them. We do have good MICE infrastructure these days, and we'll be very happy to help you support, get you those international conferences in India, so that you are able to work with them, align with them, and are able to get your professionals to interact with them in a much better manner, which will create more opportunities. Because that is one way, but there will be multiple other ways also. Your own networks, or your own professional body network across the world, which you need to dip into and try to find solutions so that you are able to take this whole effort forward. So that is also something that we need to. 3, I think we need to also look at change. We don't live in a constant world. We live in a very dynamic world. And the sector that you live in, the services sector, is most amenable to change, and that's why it's most dynamic. What I learnt in my school may not remain relevant today, and what my kids read today may not remain relevant tomorrow. So we need to see how we need to be ahead of times and start upgrading our skill sets in a manner. Because all of you being professionals know it better. There's no end to learning. All of you adapt, learn, and keep growing in your professions with your service, with your... So if that has to be done, how you need to adapt with the world, the changing requirements in the world also needs to be something on your mind, and you need to think it through. And with the now a new development in artificial intelligence, AI, a lot of the world of services is going to change in a big way. Because AI is going to take away a host of services and create opportunities on a host of other things. So if we are not able to align ourselves, maybe it takes a bit of accounting away from you, but it creates other things, maybe advanced level of accounting, or maybe some other things that you are not used to doing right now. So how are you able to adapt the entire ecosystem that you lead, entire ecosystem that you represent, so that you are thinking ahead of time? What AI can do better than what your professionals are doing today, and what AI cannot do, which you can bring to the table in a much better way. So I think we need to study this also, because we will not be able to stop the development of AI or its foray of AI in different aspects of life. But we can always adapt ourselves to its growth to ensure that we are always there to deliver that small gap that remains between what AI can do and what a human being desires. And there will always be this gap that will need to be fulfilled. So how do we do that? That is something we need to think it through, and we need to keep on working around it. Because if we do that, it will be, I think we will be right at right time, right place, and we'll be able to grow our services in a big way. Lastly, before I end, my expectation is I would have loved to stay full time to hear you all out. It's always interesting, but It's difficult to find that much of time, but at some point in time, Darpan will expect me to take them outside of Delhi, where I can also spend half a day, one day, hear them out, a much larger group, and try to see what more we can do. I hope the deliberations today are very productive, very positive. I don't ever see friends from our legal fraternity because I wanted, frankly, to talk about that because I am not able to understand why we are not able to open up our legal services. I personally feel law is one area. Now, every family you visit, there are some lawyers or other. If we want more gender parity in our workforce, I think legal profession is one which provides a lot of gender parity. With so many youngsters joining this legal workforce, why are we holding up the opportunities that beckons up? There is a host of opportunities globally that beckons our youngsters. Why are we holding them up? We should be able to integrate in a manner because we should not worry in services. If we hold the resources, the flow will be from India to abroad. It will not be other way around. Because this is one area where we hold the resources more than we need inside. All other areas, the resources, we hold less resources than in merchandise. In most of the areas, our resource base is much lower than our consumption. What we can consume or what we are consuming. This is one area where resource base, potential resource base is much higher than what we can consume domestically. And if we are open up, if we are able to integrate it better, I can think we can create huge opportunities for our youngsters, which otherwise will remain dwarfed. So with these words, I look forward to a very gainful engagement with all of you. Share candid remarks. My only suggestion for these kind of, even if there is a small thought, a small idea which you are not even sure of, please put it on table because you never know. Even the smallest of ideas can make a big change in life. So with these words, best of luck to all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. And I hope that the guidance that you have provided to us, all of us in the room, the moderators, the speakers, and the participants can take away and can weave into the discussions that will follow post this inaugural session today. Thank you, sir. May I please request Dr. Upasana Arora, Chairperson of SEPC, to please provide the vote of thanks.
Good morning, everyone. Honorable Commerce Secretary Shri Rajesh Agarwal ji, Honorable Joint Secretary Shri Darpan Jain ji, President Ekai CA Shri Charanjot Singh Nanda ji, President Indian Nursing Council Dr. T. Dilip, who was online, President Council of Architecture Professor Abhay Vinayak Purohit, distinguished guest. It is my pleasure that today I am doing this wonderful job, which we call it vote of thanks. Because when you reach to this vote of thanks, you heard all dignitaries, all good proposals, all good news. So as we heard, India's service export for 2024-25 have touched a historic $387 billion. We are no longer just an IT back office, we are the world's knowledge partner. But the figure that truly demands our attention today is the contribution of the sector we are discussing right now. Professional and other business services, this legal, accounting, management, consulting, and architectural services have quietly become a powerhouse, contributing nearly 1/3 of our total services export, valued at our $102 billion. In fact, professional consulting is currently the fastest growing segment within our service basket. I also represent healthcare, so I know that healthcare services are so popular in the world that everybody is actually looking for us. I can share one experience with all of you that I was in part of PM delegation right now to Jordan and Oman. And I can see that everybody was just talking about to getting services from us. Reason behind this, they trust Indians. Indians are really very hardworking, and whole world knows this. We are hardworking, we are honest, and You know, someone who was driving me, he told me this thing. Sir, I would like to share with you. That person was telling me, I don't know what is the magic in Indians, that they are always sitting on a higher post, and other country people are sitting on a very lower post. So this is the magic of Indians, and we are doing really good job in this. So to bridge the gap from $387 billion to 1 trillion by 2030, the Services Export Promotion Council is pivoting its strategy. All this has been given to me by Abhay. I don't know all this billion and trillion, but he has written all this. So from promotion to integration, we see professional services not as an isolated vertical, but as an integrated value chain. Synergy with the statutory bodies to ICAI, ICSI, INC, COA, and all other statutory bodies. You define the standard of excellence. SAPC role is to define the route to market. And not only healthcare, they were talking about legal services, they were talking about chartered accountants, they were talking about lots of other things. We are committed to ensuring that the qualification you grant in India are accepted as gold standard in the $1.8 trillion global market for business services. I thank the Department of Commerce for organizing this timely Chintan Shivir jointly with SCPC and ICAI. Sir, I just want some help from Secretary Sir and Joint Secretary Sir. Sir, we need, if we really want to grow our services, we need 2 more departments with us. One is MEA and one is, I just forgetting the name because it's a very big problem. Aviation Ministry, sir. There is a big connectivity problem, so if really we want to go there frequently, and visa problem, not only for healthcare, for all services, sir, if we can keep in loop with these 2 departments also, then we can do a wonderful job. So I thank the Department of Commerce once again and all those who are sitting there. Let us use the session ahead to chart the roadmap that take us professional services from $102 billion to being the dominant driver of that 1 trillion goal. And because our dear friend was using very good share, I thought I should also use one share. परिंदों को मंजिल मिलेगी यकीनन, ये फैले हुए उनके पर बोलते हैं, आपको कुछ कहने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, ज़माने में आपके हुनर बोलते हैं. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. With this, we come to the close of the inaugural session, and we'll now move on to session 1. We'll ask for a 5-minute break so that we can just set the stage and start session 1. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Moderator for session 1, Mr. Sanjeev Kumar Singhal, and the panelist, Mr. Ranjit Pandey, Dr. Sandhya Gupta, and Professor Pralok Gupta. Please take your place on the dais.
Sanjeev Singhal, Central Council member of the Institute of Chartered Accountant of India, and I welcome you all to this first panel on making globally ready professionals. And I'm joined by my esteemed panelist, CS Ranjit Pandey, the former president of the Institute of Company Secretaries of India, Professor Dr. Pralok Gupta, Center for WTO Studies, and we'll be shortly joined by Dr. Sandhya Gupta, ex-secretary INC and retired principal College of Nursing, AIIMS. The way we will go in this panel is that we'll introduce you to the topic, and then I'll be requesting each of the panelists to cover 5 themes in 5 minutes each. These themes are expected future demand of professionals abroad, curriculum and courses for the global market orientations, effect of emerging technologies, regulatory support framework, and role of professional bodies, government and industry standards. So this will actually cover the entire gamut of the current state and the desired state and what needs to be bridged. So I'll be requesting each of the three panelists to cover that in 5 minutes each, and then we will take up Q&A. The overall time of the session has been slightly reduced to accommodate the overall timings, but we will stick to our times. Let me make an opening, let me set the tone for this. The theme is that making globally ready professionals. And why? So that our services footprint can go across the globe. And that's the theme that Institute of Chartered Accountants of India has adopted in the last decade or so. See, what we need to prepare Indian professionals for the global markets, and that could be in terms of the curriculum, the skills, the languages, and the ecosystem support, so that we can enable India as a trusted global talent hub. If today we talk about the GCCs, the Global Capability Centers, almost 40% of the world's GCC are housed in India. You name a brand and it is there in India. So now what we need to do, we need to take the next giant leap. We already have about 1,700 GCCs in India, and it is expected to grow up to 3,000 GCCs. And this is expected to generate a revenue of about $100 billion by 2030. So we need to see that how we can make this happen and how we can go beyond this. If we go to the next slide, what are the expected future demands for Indian professionals? The demand is rising in the BAT area, in accounting, taxation, finance and compliance, in consulting, IT-enabled services, GCCs, and sustainability. And ICI has been the pioneer by establishing its Sustainability Reporting Standard Board way back in 2020. And we were privileged to get the UNTAD ISR chair for 2 years, and also the award from UNTAD ISR for being the best board in the world among the 70 countries who competed for this. So sustainability is an area where India is leading. Our BRSR, we were the first one to mandate BRSR, and 99% of the market cap is covered by this BRSR reporting. And in 2 years' time, this will also be covered through the assurance. And we have more than 5,000 trained professionals in sustainability. And then similarly on risk and governance. So this is a great opportunity for the professional services in this area. And why this demand is emerging? As we discussed in the inaugural session, there's an aging workforce in the developed economies. There are cost efficiency and quality arbitrage that we offer. For example, if I talk about the professional accountants in US, the typical cost is about $200 an hour. Whereas in India, we are rendering these services as $20 an hour, and whereas our cost is anywhere between $5 to $7 if we are operating out of town C, it is about $8 to $10 if we are operating out of town B, and even if we operate out town A or A class cities, it's not more than $10 to $12 an hour. So still it is giving us that margin of 50% or more, and whereas we are able to render those services at 10% of the price that's being charged overseas. So there is a great scope for us to continue offering it. The largest English-speaking population is also there. And of course, now COVID-19, of course, this was a deadly virus, but it opened the vistas for the remote working and the kind of rapid adoption of technology which happened. Now it's proving to be very, very instrumental in having more and more GCCs in India. Next. On the capacity building initiative and the global expansion, ICI has started an APO portal, which is accounting process outsourcing under our WTO directorate. where Mr. Abhay Chajad is the chairman and I am the vice chairman. And we are offering a platform to all our members to register on that, and we are inviting clients also to register on that to have a mutually win-win situation. There are a number of publications of the committees on the contemporary global issues. And as was mentioned in the beginning, we are offering language courses in business English, Japanese, Spanish, German, and French. We are having overseas outsourcing certificate courses on US, UK, and Australia, and starting few more. And we offer specialized certificate courses in areas such as IFRS, international taxation, transfer pricing, valuation, ESG, AI, and analytics, to name a few. We also started a Global Udan series, where we are connecting our members to the whole world. We covered more than 30 geographies and invited the who's in the profession, whether it is SCPC or Gift City. Dr. Dipesh Shah is here. So we invited all stakeholders and all our chapters overseas for this. And we have done 7 GCC awareness programs so far. And in some of the cities, the demand has been so much that we have to repeat within 3 weeks of doing this program. We have 54 chapters worldwide, which will be taken up more in the next session. 31 representative offices, 85 cities, covering 47 countries. Next slide, please. We offer a globally aligned curriculum in international taxation, accounting, and regulatory framework. We teach about cross-border business practices and compliances, and our code of ethics is largely aligned to the ISBA code, and on this December 10 and 11, Council has approved the revised code of ethics. We also undertake jurisdiction-specific certification, and we focus on continuous professional education for global readiness. You might have seen recently the coverage of ICI journey for 75 years recently, today in Business Line, and last week in Economic Times and Hindustan Times, covering the entire facet of the profession. Next slide. We are a technology enabler. We understand that technology is here to stay. Any job which can be automated will be automated, and we are leading from the front. As our Honorable President mentioned, we have already done 600 batches in less than 600 days in certificate course in AI, where more than 35,000 members have been trained, and that was AI 1.0, and now we have launched AI 2.0. We are focusing on data governance, on cybersecurity and data governance norms, and on the value creation. We have to move up the ladder chain so that the value chain, so that we can move from $20 an hour to $50 per hour. Next. On the regulatory support, we have harmonized our standards, whether it is the accounting standards or the auditing standard. We have Ind AS, which are largely aligned with IFRS. Our auditing standards are largely aligned with the international auditing standards. We have mutual recognition agreement, which will be discussed in the future panel discussions. And, you know, the government, we are probably, this is the best best time to be in India, where we have such a proactive government. And I was talking to Darpan Jain ji in the morning that the speed at which the FTAs are being done, whether it is UK or Oman or New Zealand, or initiating the dialogue with Israel, we are fortunate, we are blessed to be Indian, and we are blessed to be in India at this point of time. Next. Professional bodies like ours play a very, very important role in building the professional capabilities and providing an ecosystem. And with the policy support from the government, for example, in ICI Code of Ethics, we have liberalized advertising to the extent it was within our powers. And now we are reaching the Ministry of Corporate Affairs to liberalize through the Act also whatever is remaining. We have enabled multidisciplinary partnerships from our side, and now we are requesting the government to interact with the other professional bodies also to allow multidisciplinary partnerships. And we would like to play a very stellar role in the FTAs as far as our services are concerned, and for the regulatory alignment wherever it is missing. I think industry and standard bodies, they give market inputs, they assess the future skill needs, and we are also open to look at the PM internship scheme for our CA interns, because that is one of the key initiatives taken by our visionary and honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji. Coming on to the last slide. Next slide, please. It is the services which are giving a positive trade balance for accounting and auditing. If you look at the export, stands at about 3,324 million in 2024, whereas the import is about 181 million only. So there is a huge trade surplus, and this can be increased at least 10-folds in next 1 decade. So with this initial background, I request all my panelists, I'll invite them one by one for sharing their views in the profession that they represent, that how we can capitalize on this momentum which is building in this great country under this great leadership. Let me start with Company Secretary Ranjit Pandey ji, who has been the past president of ICSI. Ranjit ji, if you can maybe take all the participants through in these 5 minutes on these 5 areas. And thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you so much, Sanjeev ji. Thanks, Ministry of Commerce, for giving the opportunity to ICSI to represent here and present its view. Friends, I must say that I think 10 years back, we never thought of that Indian service industry will take over the industrialization and say mercantile export and all other things. Today we are into the 55% of the Indian GDP is being say through the service sector. And why it has happened? It has happened because of the skilled workforce, digital transformation, and positive government initiatives which has been taken by the not only one ministry, all the ministries, and top of the at the top from the Prime Minister. Friends, these say service exports presently are focused into 3-4 areas: IT, ITES, BPO, and FinTech revolution. So we are able to and capable of serving, giving the service export to the mostly these 3 areas. But we need to think that what are the areas where we can build the capability and cater the need of the, as mentioned by Sanjeev Bhai, that aging population and of course cost gap in regard to rendering of the services. So these 2-3 points are very, very positive points for the Indians, that we are having the very good adaptability. We change with the demand, we change and adapt very fast and quick, whatever demands are coming. So expected shortage in the Germany, Japan, South Korea, Australia, Canada, UK, all these countries can be targeted, and of course South African countries and other countries are also there. What is required is targeting 10 best sectors where we can provide the services. And as far as professional bodies like ICSI, ICI, ICWI, and even Bar Council of India, I would say, they need to, because even in India, for these 55% of the services, our service export or service consumption, we are support service to the industry. We are not directly, say, manufacturing any goods or services. We are enablers. So similarly, 10 major sectors we should identify abroad, and where we can contribute as a service provider and support service system. Maybe it legal, maybe IT, maybe finance, maybe healthcare, and so on and so forth. Many such areas can be identified, and research can be done on that. What is required, and that is the second point which has been asked, is curriculum course for the global market by the professionals and professional bodies like us. First of all is digital literacy, and above that is global mindset. Mindset is one of the biggest issue. We are capable, we are skilled, we are talented, and we deliver the best of the services. But whenever some foreigner comes, our mindset is that they are superior to us. Gone are the days that they are respectable, but they cannot be superior to us, because we are also capable of providing such kind of services and deliver best of the best services. Cultural intelligence and training, and as I have mentioned, that three things are very important: language, law, and skill development in regard to the, say, providing the services. Leadership skill, lots of training and certification courses, training program can be organized and designed, and maybe country-specific certification program, country-specific training program, country-specific conferences. So that can be done. Regulatory support, as ICAI has mentioned, Sanjeev ji mentioned, that standard formation, curriculum upgrade, and of course mutual recognition agreements, all are aligned. And in fact, the kind of FTAs are happening. FTAs should also be, say, having some mention of the, say, allied and support services, so that it should not be only relating to the trade, it should be coupled with the services what we can provide as a support. Emerging technologies are definitely helping, and India is leader into that, so we are not required to worry about the technology and technology adoption. That we have already done. As far as role of the professional bodies and industry and government is concerned, I think professional body, government and industry all are required to act together. And in fact, one alignment which is very much required, in fact, Government of India and Ministry of Corporate Affairs is aggressively working on that, is formation of the big and large MDPs, multidisciplinary partnership. And this multidisciplinary partnership, if it has happened with the more and more professional body, including legal profession, then definitely we are going to provide all the services, not only going abroad, even here sitting in India, we can provide all kind of services, all kind of delivery, which is required to the Indian corporate abroad and say multinational corporates located in those countries. So what can be done? Mutual service agreements can be with the more and more countries. Globally recognized certification courses can be say done by the professional bodies like ICSI, ICAI, ICMI. Then setting up the standards, maybe on the sustainability, maybe risk management, maybe corporate governance, all these things, or even for the architecture or valuation, all these standards can be formed, and it should be globally recognized. And if it is not recognized, then efforts should be made to make them say recognized by the various countries. Thereafter, I would say I will give the example of ICSI, what we are doing for the, say, promotion of the services export and how our members are going abroad. We have opened 6 chapters, Dubai, Singapore, London, UK, Australia and USA. All these 6 countries, we have the chapter operational. One or more chapters are having the legal recognition also. We have incorporated the company there. We have our secretarial standard for managing the meetings and effective conduct of the board and general stakeholders meeting. Those standards have been propagated and adopted by the many countries abroad, including Malaysia and Bangladesh. We have recently, being ESG and sustainability chairman of ICSI presently, we have tried to develop a stewardship board and third-party assurance on the sustainability. And that is also being appreciated by the world community, and we are trying to push it. We have the, say, tie-up with the UK NARIC to recognize our company secretary course in many countries, and that equivalent certification and equivalent weightage to our course can be given into that countries. We have very recently launched one corporate governance and on taxation certification course for the Middle East and UAE. Last 5 years, we have started organizing, I think Secretary has mentioned about the international conferences. We are, from last 5 years, organizing international conferences in various chapters we have opened we have organized in Australia, Singapore, Dubai, and also UK. So these conferences are generating a lot of traction, and annual conference in the Middle East, because we have the very specific target in Middle East, because a lot of company secretaries are there. And best part is, and in fact clue can be taken for here, that there are not recognized professional as such in the like company secretary. Anybody can practice as a company secretary. So we are targeting that, since qualification is not recognized, so we can go and target those services there. And our more than 3,500 members are there, and they are, say, practicing. Lastly, I'm thankful, and in fact ICSI is thankful for the Indian Technical and Economic Corruption Government of India. They have allowed us to hold a technical program for the Indian Technical and Economic Corporation on the compliance, risk and sustainability, where 9 countries are coming into India, delegates from 9 countries, and CCGRT Kolkata is organizing and hosting that event in the month of February. So that particular part is also being taken care. So at the end, I would say that opportunities are immense, and institution like us is also ready and geared up to taking up these challenges, and will definitely work side by side with the Ministry of Commerce, Ministry of External Affairs, to make and India a proud and in fact a global leader in service export. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ranjit Bhai. Thank you for your valuable insights. May I now invite Dr. Sandhya Gupta, and can I request you to, wrap it up in 4 minutes. I have been given a check that, so 4 minutes each. Yes.
Thank you very much for those 4 minutes. Good afternoon, everyone. I am representing nursing profession here, and all of us know that nursing profession is the only profession which is oldest in terms of export commodity. And there was no regulations, but nurses from India were always wanted in every country, and they have done a very good work in the past, and therefore we are still in highest number when it comes to exported services of nursing. However, I would like to just mention here a few things, that in nursing profession, the biggest issue is everything is country specific. Now in India, we have one curriculum for the whole country, and all colleges are supposed to follow one curriculum, no matter whether they're in private sector, small or big college or whatever. Small hospital, big hospital, doesn't matter. The standards of education in India are common for all. Therefore, when nurses go abroad, it becomes very challenging, because they have to go and look at the curriculum of that particular country and that particular county and that particular state or province. So in other countries, the different colleges can decide their own curriculum, and state-wise they can go differently and do different things. So when nurses go abroad, they have to face several challenges which they are ready to face, because the nursing curriculum in India is broad-based, and they have multiple multitasking skills, and we have been able to take care of all the curriculums in the world. And this country-specific licensing and certification is the second challenge. The basic qualification in nursing in India is diploma for 3.5 years and BSc nursing qualification for university colleges. Now when the nurse goes abroad, she has to not show her degree, but she has to show her transcript. The transcript shows the number of hours and the number of type of clinical competencies that she has covered in her curriculum. Therefore, the nurse going from India works at basic level only. She cannot work at higher level. Even if she goes with MSc qualification, she goes with PhD qualification, she goes with 20 years of experience, she has to start from level 1. So that is one biggest challenge. After going there, she has to adopt a new course, take new courses to match up with the master's qualification or practitioner qualification or PhD qualification. So that is the dark side of it. Language proficiency remains the first requirement to even think of going abroad, which is variable and changing from country to country, from state to state, and also from province to province, and also from time to time. So some countries and some provinces are changing the requirement for level of language proficiency required, and now all are expecting OET,
that means professional English. So they have to clear that as well. Now, skill enhancement is another important thing, because in health, specialization and super specialization is upcoming very fast. And when we are trained at basic level, we can look after every patient. But when it comes to specific things and highly technical things happening to the patient in operation theater, in ICU, etc., the nurses in India, all of them are not having privilege to have those upskilling facilities. Therefore, that they have to take up there after they reach that country. Cultural adaptation. Because India is already culturally diverse, and we have sociology, psychology in our basic subjects, and these things are covered very well in our curriculum and in practice. However, the Western culture is very different, and they have to relearn the cultural adaptation after they go there, and there is a special course for that, and they have to clear that course before they take up any job there. Networking and research. At present, the nurses who have taken additional degree there, even though they are PhD from here, they go there and they have to take another degree to participate in research. And that is a big setback. Documentation is required before they go there. There is a big list of things they have to do. Since I am also working as a health consultant for NHSRC, that is Training Bill of Ministry of Health, and I am also working for NHS UK for mental health nursing, because I belong to mental health nursing area, that the nurses going from here, they will have to undergo at least 12 weeks of training when they go there to work as mental health nurse or to work as orthopedic nurse. They have to take a training. So after that, they keep on giving exam for 6 months, and they keep on failing, and they come back to India without taking a job. So this type of problems are there, and therefore NHS UK located me that I can do this job for them. So what I did, that I asked them to enroll people who are interested to go to UK and then give them to me, and I adopted all the training materials from UK and gave them training here in India, and I conducted their exam myself, and after they got 10% in theory and 10% in practical, only then I allowed them to go abroad, and then they gave exam and they cleared in one go. 80% of them cleared in one go. And this is what I did for 1.5 years for NHS UK. But it's a big challenge because it is specialty wise. I did it only for mental health. So this is just one example I am giving. So the visa, registration, CV building takes time.
I request you to...
And yes, just one more minute. The Indian system at present is that every state council has registered all the nurses. So once we have done everything, the nurses have to wait from 6 months to 1 year to get clearance from our own council, to give information to that outside council that these nurses can go. So that was the biggest hurdle for us. So this hurdle we have to take care when we are wanting them to go more and we want promotion. So we have to ease out this process of validation from the councils to the other country.
Thank you. Dr. Sandhya, thank you very much. I'm sorry, but I need to move to Professor Dr. Pralok Gupta. Dr. Pralok, can you give your thought process along the lines that we discussed? And again, my request will be to keep it to 4 minutes.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Department of Commerce, for this invitation. So, let me quickly set up the landscape of professional services that we are talking from the trade perspective, because professional services have different connotation from different perspective. When we are talking from trade, in the WTO parlance, there are 11 subsectors. They are included within the professional services, like your legal services, audit accounting services, architectural services, engineering services, veterinary services, medical dental services, etc. Now, in this services sector, if we consider India's trade, so out of more than 370 billion service exports that we have last year, this year 2024-25 fiscal year, around 20 billion we have in these professional services. So that means our share in these professional service exports in total service exports is significantly low. And in terms of specific like legal services, we have around 1.3 billion service exports, audit and accounting 3.3 billion, architecture 0.8 billion, and in engineering services around 14 billion. Now, the next question that arises, why we have so low services exports? So there are three primary reasons why I think it is low. One is that external barriers, second, internal barriers, and the third is the mindset issues. So I come in the reverse order, the mindset issues, that so far our professionals, they do not have that mindset to penetrate the international markets to provide their services in the international geographies. And that is one, because of the lack of awareness of the opportunities in the international market, and second, the mindset. And in the morning, President Mr. Nanda was mentioning that young entrepreneur having 50 crore turnover. Now, these are some rare examples. So that means this kind of opportunity, or what are the opportunity in international market that are not available, that they are not aware of. The second issue with respect to the internal barriers, I think Mr. Ranjit was pointing out that in terms of advertisement or multidisciplinary firm, now gone are the days when only a single firm is providing specified services. And we are now working in silos, that architectural services providing only the architecture related services, audit and accounting only audit accounting related services, and likewise. But if we compare the global firms, they are multidisciplinary firms. They are realizing economies of scale, they are providing one-stop solutions. And when we are inviting more and more FDI into our countries, our FDI is also going outward to many geographies. So there will be an increased demand for these kind of multidisciplinary services, search for multidisciplinary firm. So one aspect where we are significantly lacking is the formation of multidisciplinary firm. Though the Company Act 2013 allowed this multidisciplinary firm for specific sectors, professional services, but still they are not actively pursued right now in India. And the third is that external barriers, where the role of mutual recognition agreements and other issues, standards come up. So since this had already been talked about, I am not touching this aspect, and moreover this will touch in the next session. But out of this, a couple of suggestions. One is that when we are talking about the technology adoption, you have mentioned in the morning session also, President was mentioning that there is courses on AI and other thing. One is that how technology adopted as part of your service provision, how you are incorporating. The second is the adoption of technology in the related issues when you are delivering your services to other countries, cross-border services. So there, the understanding of like your data privacy rules and the use of appropriate technologies, that becomes very important. For example, like suppose somebody wants to export services of these professional services to EU, then they have to comply with the EU GDPR rules. So that means the professional should have an understanding of key market, what are the kind of data privacy rules existing there. Otherwise, if they violate those rules, there is a penalty provision. So that is one thing. The second issue, which is very important to tackle that mindset issue, that our professional bodies, they should have a course, short, if not big course, short course, maybe one credit or 2 credit course on like international markets, the WTO, the opportunity created through free trade agreements, so that the young entrepreneurs, they know that what are the kind of opportunities existing. Otherwise, they are focusing more on the technical aspect of the respective professional service. But the trade aspect, generally, they are not aware of. So at least there should be a compulsory course on this aspect, the international market, free trade agreement, WTO. And third suggestion is that the data capturing. Unfortunately, the data on exports in these professional services is not available, is not up to date. There are efforts by the government of India to capture that data to different means, but if professional bodies can also have some mechanism to capture some data, if not exact 100% true, but at least some estimate that what are the kind of exports they are having, that will help in long way the assessing the exports, and that will also in some way motivate the respective services professionals to focus or to at least give attention to the export markets, not just focusing on the domestic market. So I stop here.
Thank you, Dr. Pulok. That was very insightful. Now I open the floor for questions from the participants. We can take up 2 or 3 questions. My request would be to kindly identify yourself, keep your question to 1 or 2 lines, and also let us know for which panelist this question is addressed. Any questions? Yeah.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Rupanjali Karthik, Director in the Department of Commerce, looking after services. My question is more for Madam Sandhya Gupta. And this is from the perspective of nursing qualification and the kind of quality nurses India is producing. India is very proud of that. I was just wondering, because generally from Kerala, it's heard the nursing quality is very, very good. So as a part of the council, was there a thought of seeing that what best is going there, which could be emulated for like rest of the nursing colleges? So of course, we have best examples from the world to emulate from, but was there a thought for learning from within our own country, where it's more to do with the brand of service that we are providing? So, so my question is coming from that context. Thank you.
First of all, I would like to say that nursing is not coming from Kerala. It is very fortunate that maximum people from Kerala had positive attitude for women to work outside home and to leave the country and leave the state and go and outside and work. And therefore, the nursing profession flourished because of women from Kerala. However, the nurses are trained all over India. They are not trained in Kerala. They are trained all over India. They belong to Kerala. For example, if I say when I was a student in 1974, I joined BSc Nursing. 80% of my classmates were from Kerala, but I trained in Delhi University. And that was the state in all over India that 80% or 90% of students were from Kerala, though they were studying in anywhere in India. That is one aspect. Second aspect is that the standards are set by the universities that you are attached to and the hospitals you are attached to. The hospitals need to have a very good service and need to have good number of patients. And the nurses are, student nurses are supposed to work with patients hand on hand and not only observe. They need to work with patients along with the teacher and the senior nurse. They are supposed to have a role model along with them. So all the institutions in the country who follow the norms of Indian Nursing Council, then they have X number of patients per student, X number of teachers per student. Therefore, they will be able to maintain good standards. So we are indebted to Kerala women that they were positive about nursing and they came more in nursing profession. So I don't think we are emulating Kerala or we should emulate Kerala. We should emulate the attitude of women of Kerala, that they are ready to serve and they are ready to go out and ready to work. And at present, we do have maximum number of nurses from Kerala in the world. So that's a world record. So wherever I have gone in different countries, I have found if I say 100 nurses from India, out of that, at least 75 will be from Kerala. But they have not studied in Kerala. I hope I have answered.
Thank you very
question.
much. Thank you. We can take up, yeah. And that's the last question for this panel.
Sir, good afternoon. I'm Kanika Chatterjee. I'm the Principal College of Nursing. My question is to Ms. Sandhya again, ma'am. Ma'am, thank you for your lucid presentation. You covered almost all the aspects of nursing education that we look forward, ma'am. Ma'am, it's commendable that the efforts that you have taken to bridge the gap between the nursing training over here and the licensure exams over there. But as you said, it was just in one single field of mental health nursing. My question to you is, ma'am, what else can we undertake? What are the other avenues or what are the other things that we can undertake to bridge the gap between many other disciplines, for example, midwifery, or the other health, where they can, where our nurses over here can be recognized globally there after passing the licensure examination, something like what you have done, ma'am?
It will be country specific and the health system of that country, because the NHS has located me to do this work for them. So I was working directly under NHS. So therefore, if they have a demand for a specialized nurse, they have to look for it. Now we cannot go and say this, that I will do this for you. So they have a demand created by their recruitment agency. Then they try to locate from where they can have these services provided. Because they had in past 2-3 years, they had a lot of people coming back to India after failures in exam. Therefore, they thought of this model. So in other subjects also, specialization also, this can be created.
All right. Thank you very much.
I think one suggestion I want to make, I think we should then, referring to all the discussion made about the nursing, we should do a charting in which country and which region what sort of, from nursing stream, what streams are being most
In
prominent
demand,
and demanding.
in demand.
And then maybe in FTA negotiations also
Yeah.
this could help out in terms
We
of
can create a
curriculum.
database for providing those
Yes.
trainings in India.
Yes, that's my suggestion. Thank you.
I had to create the centers in India. I created 4 centers, one in North, 2 in South, 1 in Maharashtra. I created 4 centers to train, and I created master trainers and master assessors so that we can have 100 out of 100 result.
So that's great. So it was indeed a very fruitful session. I think the key takeaways for this session is, as far as the professional services like accounting and the company secretaries are concerned, things are more or less sorted out. Probably it's, the MDPs and some more MRAs, which needs to be done, and both the institutions are doing great. And of course, there is always a scope for doing more. And as far as nursing is concerned, there's a lot that needs to be done, whether through the FTAs or whether through the education, etc. And Dr. Pralok spoke about the mindset issues to overcome the internal barriers, which is, so true, because when you say a young lad doing a $6 million turnover, well, I will say this is not an exception. Now, whosoever wants to achieve those scales, you need to have the ambition, and you need to have the mindset to create partnerships, which at least in our profession we have enabled, both domestic as well as the international networking. But yes, awareness about the rules is very, very important, and the external barriers as far as the MRAs or MOUs are concerned, that can be addressed by the respective professional bodies with the help of the Ministry of Commerce and Ministry of External Affairs. More and more courses can also be launched on international market. These could be compulsory, or these could also be electives. And capturing of data, maybe the Ministry of Commerce can think that how these services data can be captured at the remittance level itself, if it can be captured there centrally by the banks, because in any case, those will be through the banking channels. If there could be a code which is provided, which can track the various services export, and this aggregate data can be made available through the banking system. So thank you very much, and thanks to all the 3 panelists, and thanks to Ministry of Commerce for giving this opportunity for this kind of an engaging discussion, and along with the SEPC and my own alma mater, Institute of Chartered Accountant of India. Thank you.
Thank you. So nice to meet you.
Thank you to moderator and panelist of session 1. May I please request the moderator and panelist for session 2 to please come on to the dais. Shri Nishant Jain, Shri Madhukar Bhagat, Shri Abhay Chajit, Professor Punita Sharma, and Shri Deepak Kumar. May I request all of them to please come on to the stage, please?
Am I audible? Good afternoon, everyone. So, my name is Nishant Jain. I'm a director with Deloitte India. We are working with Ministry of Commerce on analyzing, deep diving into sectors, identifying what are some of the challenges and what are some of the prospects which the Ministry of Commerce, and as Secretary Sir said in the morning, that being a horizontal ministry, how Ministry of Commerce can enable all the different line ministries and catalyze the growth of services sector. This session particularly on strengthening international mobility through MRAs and MOUs is one of the most critical aspects, because we do talk about FTAs, we do talk about how our professionals are skilled, how we have a cost arbitrage, but until and unless we have the market access, unless and until we have the acceptability and reciprocity across the different markets, we will not be able to reap the benefits of the demographic dividend and the cost advantages that we have. I have a brief presentation through which I would like to set the context, and then we will jump to 3 minutes per panel for the context setting. My apologies in advance. And then we will have a round of panel discussion. I have identified a couple of questions which I would love to ask. And also, then we will open it up for audience to ask the question. Okay, so next slide, please. So just very quick strategic economic significance of how professional services play a role in our economy. I'll start with what is written at the bottom of the slide. It employs currently around 15 to 18 million people in India, including both formal and informal sectors. It generates 2 to 3 times higher wages than an average manufacturing employment. It is among the lowest it has among the lowest capital to employment ratio. And most importantly, it has economy-wide productivity multiplier. So for every, say, 10% increase in the productivity of the services sector, there is a complementary 5% productivity increase in the downstream sectors, which may be manufacturing, which may be other services as well. So this is the significance of professional services, and the speakers in the morning session also talked about it. I'm just putting a couple of numbers on those statements. Exports 88.6 billion in 23-24, and the GVA was around 212 billion. The share in services sector is overall 26% of exports and 20% of GVA. In both these, it ranks second across all the services. If you see the growth between FY20 and FY24, we see 18%, which is a twice increase in the exports and 1.3 times increase in the GVA, which shows that our acceptability of the quality of services within the professional services domain is increasing more and more in the abroad markets. If you can move to the next slide, please. I'm quickly transitioning to the theme of this discussion and try to give a broad picture of what MRAs and MOUs are, how they play a role in easing the pathway for global professionals. I will start with what is there on the top left. If you see APEC region, we see 236 MRAs as of December 2025, which covers various aspects of professional services. We as a country are also in touch with UK and Australia to negotiate and to understand what the requirements are, what changes we can make to integrate the regulators, integrate the regulatory ecosystem, as Joint Secretary Sir said in the beginning, how we can integrate the regulatory ecosystem between two countries. And if all of you recall, under the G20, where under India's presidency, MRAs in professional services was a core area which was debated, and a compendium of best practices was also published. Now, coming to what is there on the right hand, the top right of the slide, and a couple of speakers did talk about it, how ICI has been able to effectively leverage MRAs and MOUs. And I'll just give you a couple of broad points which will help you understand what has worked for them. So, if you see in terms of output, they have more than 45 MOUs and MRAs signed with foreign professional bodies. They cover full MRAs, partial recognition, reciprocal exemptions, pathway-based mobility. And their members are present in more than 80 countries. In the morning, somebody said more than 85 countries. Now, one of the most important aspects which I see which enabled ICI to actually do that was that they invested very early in the hard institutional infrastructure. For example, an international directorate, overseas chapters, facilitating members to leverage various MRAs and MOUs and help them build the capacity to do that, and active and continuous regulator-to-regulator dialogue. This is a very brief case study of what ICI has been able to achieve in this context. But why it has been difficult for other professional services to leverage MRAs and MOUs? And to be honest, for everyone, ICI had it easy because accounting already has an internationally harmonized standards. So it was easy for them to quickly adapt and to bring every stakeholder and every member country on board for a common standard and create a system where they can train their own members and chartered accountants, and which can be, which can travel and provide services. However, there's other professional services which are very heavily regulated, and as ma'am was saying in the previous session, which is very jurisdiction specific. So when there is no harmonization of standards, with every country, you have to discuss, debate, agree upon a unique set of provisions, unique set of regulatory requirements, which creates an additional, time, cost, all types of burdens on every professional services agency to leverage MRAs and MOUs. So it is difficult, but it is very important, and I will talk about it in a couple of slides, why it is very important. Another reason why other professional services agencies or organizations have been, not able to leverage MRAs and MOUs is that they lack clear eligibility criteria, licensing pathways, and most importantly, joint implementation committees. There is weak overseas institutional presence of other professional bodies, and most importantly, like I was saying, there are requirements like licensing caps, residency requirements, nationality restrictions, because these are very regulated sectors, healthcare, legal, etc. If you move on to the next slide, please. Now, this is something which Joint Secretary Sir talked about in the morning, that the traditional model of delivery of professional services has seen a drastic change. With the advent of digitalization, it has created an alternate path for exports. But there is a limitation in terms of how much scale and authority it can provide. I'll talk about it, what I mean by this. Firstly, we see that there has been a 4x increase since 2005 in exports of digitally delivered services. And maximum gainer is professional services within all in the basket of services exports. We also see that M1 exports in professional services are increasing at a much faster rate than pace of exports via any other mode, which also points towards the same trend. And as one of the important culmination of this is we see in the GCC domain. GCCs are emerging as pivotal hubs for delivery of services and specifically professional services. We have more than 1,700 GCCs, which increased from FY19, if you see, 32% increase. And the revenues from them, which is the turnover, which is pure exports, increased 60% from FY19. We have 23% of Forbes 2000 companies which have GCCs in India. Now, this is remarkable. But is it scalable? Does it provide India the brand that it deserves for the professional services sector? The answer is maybe, maybe not. We'll have to see. Why? Because reason number one, many GCC professionals hit a career ceiling because licenses are jurisdiction specific. Onshore deputation require recertification of those professionals. Signing authority is restricted, which is what limits the capability of India's professionals to rise at the decision-making authorities via GCC model. GCC and digital delivery expand the pie of the overall sector. The top line that you see is wonderful. You will see 60 to 65 billion coming from GCC is wonderful. But the credibility, authority and the brand of India that it has to generate, it is limited. Hence, the last point which I want to say on this slide is MRAs, MOUs and FTAs. They have the potential to convert GCCs from just being called as a captive delivery units to a globally integrated professional hubs. Because GCC has proved its mettle that they can provide a good platform for quick and efficient delivery of services. But if we top it up with a layer of efficient MRAs, implemented MRAs and MOUs, we will have next level of GCC wave as well, where our professionals are actually able to rise to the ranks of CXOs within that domain. And also our professional agencies are also able to collaborate with that model. Next slide, please. Now, this is the last slide that I have, and then we will move to panelists, opening remarks of the panelists. And these are some of the questions that I want to leave all the audience, for all of you to think about. And I would love if this panel can also try to answer to that. How can we make India's sectoral regulatory frameworks recognition ready before we pursue further MRAs? What do I mean by this? Recognition readiness is the one which actually creates hurdle in the implementation of MRAs. So each sectoral nuances is important in this, and how can we do that? And we have 3 sectors represented on the panel, so I'm sure we will have the architecture, health and chartered accountants. Now, in terms of failure of MRAs, what are the most common reasons? And at what stage do MRAs commonly fail or commonly succeed? What defines the success of an MRA and why? In highly regulated sectors like health and architecture, is full mutual recognition realistic, or should India prioritize partial and function-specific recognition models? Fourth, as GCCs and digitally delivered services scale rapidly, what role should MRAs play in India's future professional services export strategy? Fifth, what institutional and regulatory capabilities enable professional bodies to operationalize MRAs? And we have a lot to learn from ICAI, how they have strengthened themselves from within to be able to achieve successfully this. Second last, how can professional bodies be incentivized to move from declaratory MOUs to measurable export and mobility outcomes? And last and most important, what should be the contours of an action agenda for various professional bodies and the corresponding ministries going forward to leverage MRAs and MOUs for accelerating the exports of professional services? These are my initial thoughts, and now I will request panelists to please share their opening remarks. I will request Mr. Abhay to start with this.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dishant. Good afternoon, everyone. Truly an honor and privilege to be here. Of course, it's an opportunity for ICI to have this joint program, and since Darpan Jainji is here, I sincerely want to thank you, sir, for taking this initiative and including ICI also as part of this professional services conclave. And very happy to be part of one of the panel discussions, especially when we speak about MRA and MOU. Now, I can only say, of course, Nishant has covered most of the aspects, and he's covered some of the aspects of ICI, the initiatives in terms of the MRA and the MOUs. Now, way back in 2007, that was the first year when we entered into an MRA, a mutual recognition agreement with the Institute of England and Wales. That was the beginning of ICI getting into an MRA. And since then, we have done 8 such MRA with professional accounting organizations, professional bodies all across the world. And the MRA, adding to the list of the MRAs is still in progress, and we'll be doing it with more jurisdiction, covering more jurisdiction. 16 MOUs which we have done so far with other jurisdiction in terms of the MOU. So 8 MRAs and 16 MOUs ICI has done so far. And just to share, how the MOU also help us to get into a professional arrangement or get into an agreement when we can go forward for an MRA. So MOU, of course, helps you to more kind of knowledge sharing, capacity building within the organizations, the professional organizations. We understand their jurisdiction. We have regular programs with them in terms of knowledge sharing, capacity building. But I think going forward, it really help us to then, block building the ICI and getting into an MRA. So that help us to get into an MRA with these jurisdiction, and then in turn helps the professional accountants, the chartered accountants, which currently 40,000 plus CAs are all across the globe, except India. I would say India, of course, has the major chunk, but 10% of the strength of ICI members are at global, globally serving the industries, government, and various stakeholders. And especially if I would say that, a jurisdiction like where we have our chapter offices, 54 chapter offices currently where we have, and 27 representative offices, and 81 such offices in 47 countries, which currently we have. So that is the strength, and each year we keep adding chapters, representative offices, and numbers are growing. So what I can say is, in terms of the MRA, of course, it's an advantage from the ICI perspective that we have learned since 2007, the pre-challenges, the implementation challenges, and the post-challenges. Of course, we'll be sharing some of when we have the panel questions, the discussion, but definitely we have learned. And I think it has helped our professional to have the market access, to reach out to other jurisdictions, easily, reach out more, I would say, mobility, which helps this MRA, our chartered accountants, to be reach out to these jurisdictions, can easily go to other countries. And second is the employment opportunities. So once you get into an MRA, of course, with only couple of the exams which you appear, and you get the qualification of that jurisdiction. For example, CPA Australia. So we have an MRA where we just appear for 2 papers, and then we become a member of the CPA Australia with our MRA. So this gives us an advantage that you can be there, you can get employment, and you can station there and provide services. Of course, with limited practice audit rights which are currently available, but based on these FTAs which the Ministry of Commerce getting into, where I think even audit rights would come to the professional bodies like ICI in India, and then we'll be able to provide audit services. So this again will be an opportunity. So MRA MOUs, like I said, is 8, and of course 16, and then with making our members and students ready for staying there, getting employment opportunities without having the barrier of even the languages. We are also working very hard with members and students to learn specific language so that they are able to cater services to organizations globally. So this was some of the initial inputs, thoughts I wanted to share, and going forward, once we have the panel discussion, we'll be happy to share more inputs from the ICI. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Abhay. Now I would like to request Shri Madhukar Bhagat, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, to please share his opening remarks.
Thanks a lot. My congratulations to Ministry of Commerce for organizing this wonderful session, and my compliments to all my fellow panelists for the views and the discussions which we had in the first session. I went through it and it was quite interesting. I'm Madhukar Bhagat, working as Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Health, looking after digital technologies, medical value travels, and some other work. In the past, I have worked as a Principal Commissioner of Income Tax for 25 years, 26 years, and therefore I was very much happy to see the interaction of the CA Institute with we have been interacting in the past and been able to understand how services flow. I also am an engineer, worked in the railways. Later on, I also had the experience of working with Global Forum OECD as a country expert and auditor for international cybersecurity. Why I just brushed upon the subject, because each of these distinct domains have their own potential of movement of professionals, whether it's in engineering, whether in taxes and commerce, whether it's in medicine or digital technology. And over the years, movement has happened. We heard Madam from the Indian Nursing Council earlier that despite there being no regulations, nurses were in great demand in the past, and for hundreds of years they have moved across the borders. But owing to the modern requirements, there has been regulations, there has been legislations and requirements which are allowing the mobility of professionals as well as restricting the mobility of the professionals. Before we come to MOUs and MRAs, MOUs and MRAs are neither the beginning point of the movement of the services, neither they are an end in themselves for movement on the services. We have to understand what comes before. Markets, we have discussed about that. The demographic dividend, which is a potential to India, the changing demography of the Western countries, where the dependent population, especially in the health sector, the elderly population has substantially increased. The cost advantages, which is definitely in India. But beyond those things, there is also a changing scenario, which is the demand for quality. It's not just because we have people and because we have a lesser cost that our professionals will be able to migrate in those services. There has to be alignment with the quality. And that quality in that integrates also the legislations, the requirements of the countries, the cultural barriers, the language issues, and those issues are definitely there. Developing capacity, knowledge, that remains one of the very important areas. And these are some of the prerequisites to the MOUs and the MRAs. MOUs and MRAs come in the framework where we talk about the regulations and facilitations. And there MOUs and MRAs plays a very important role. Now, MOUs and MRAs, I want to emphasize, are not an end in themselves. Eventually, the government is entering into a government-to-government agreement for a mutual recognition of maybe certain degrees or certain curriculums. But that is only a starting point. And similarly, MOUs are also not an end in themselves. Because, first of all, what do we do in MOU? We see what is the no-go area. Typically, what is happening in the ministry. Okay, this is a no-go area for me. I'm not going to have this particular area enter into an MOU. And that no-go area may be wide, it may be broad, depending on what is the outlook of the government in a specific sector. And second comes the issue that which is an area of emphasis. Beyond that no-go area, which is not a part of the MOU may be wide. And there we have to see what is the area of emphasis, and then comes the area of the joint working groups or the specialized groups which work upon them. But beyond that, there is a very, very important role which has to be played by trade bodies. a role which has to be played by institutions which may be commercial or non-commercial. For example, in the first half, we heard about the challenges which were faced by the Nursing Council. For the movement of the nurses, which is a very, very important area, and a large portion of nurses and physicians are moving abroad. To quote the statistics, we interacted with BAPIO, and BAPIO, the British Association of Physicians of Indian Origin, are playing a very important role in movement of Indian physicians. And in NHS, almost a third of physicians are of people of Indian origin. Overall, 20% or 10%, which is a very huge number over there. It has not happened automatically, but organizations like BAPIO have played an important role in it. Especially when we talk about less skilled workers who are not highly trained, the role of trade bodies or of such commercial organizations becomes extremely important, because the individuals directly may not have the same mobility, they will not have the same understanding, what is the legal requirement, the course requirement, what additional degrees are required, what is the language requirement, and how can I do the capacity building. And therefore, when we talk about MOUs and MRAs, again, the private and the government sector both have to come in play. We have to realize that the private sector has to make a pitch that this is an area of market demand, this is an area of opportunity. If we are able to open up our markets a bit, or bring certain changes in the policy, or align ourselves with the international standards, and they will have to do that regulatory work, recognition work, that what are the international standards that we need to meet, and then we can dwell upon the MOUs and MRAs. But then, once an MOUs and MRAs are in place, it opens the door, opens the opportunities for the private sector to come in. So broadly, this is how the things revolve. And later on, as we discuss, we can discuss more on the micro issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Now, I would like to request Professor Punita Avnesh Sharma, former principal and professor at AFMC and director at JAPIJO, India, to please share her opening remarks.
So I would like to say, first of all, thank you for Ministry of Commerce and Commerce Department for giving us this opportunity. And to be very frank, having amidst of all trade, the chartered accountant and everybody coming together and seeing this service export outside is a great opportunity to further collaboration. I'm seeing it as the first interaction point. Now when we call upon how we can make this health professional, and I'm a nurse basically, so nursing professional I'll be talking about, this migration which is taking place has to be very, very competency based as per the requirement of that particular country. Now in most of the country, like ma'am was telling in the beginning that Sandhya Gupta ma'am, ki the demand came from NHS that you train because they are failing. It means the Indian nurses are going to NHS in England. There are certain type of training given there. They are not clearing and they are coming back. They get trained here and they clear. So this is a gap. So this gap is either in the way of they are assessed there and they are trained here. So what I look forward that we should have pan-India, as we have one curriculum, that our OSCEs or simulation scenarios, our the high fidelity labs where they are exposed. Some of our nurses and the students are not exposed even. Directly they go to England and they face this, they get confused. So why don't we create these things in the country itself? And this will help them to choose where they want to go, what skill set is required. So this mapping can be done and we can provide them when they are in the various institutes. Now, when their language is another factor which has been, I think, across brought by all the council and all the professional organizations. Nursing as a health professional is a highly, highly regulated. And we also have our professional organization like TNAI, Trained Nurses Association of India, is more than 100-year-old organization which is working. Same way we have a specialized nurses organization, professional organization, critical care. So these all can be brought together, and we can establish various simulation labs, high fidelity simulation labs. Like morning Dr. Dilip Kumar has said, we have established 2. One is SGT Gurgaon and one is in Bagalkot recently. Country like us, who is the largest exporter of nurses to the world, having 2 labs which is just 10-year-old is 2 very less, and one is just not even 1 month old. So I'm suggesting, when we think of this capacity building, competency mapping, credential setting, we have these competency assessment centers where these are assessed with knowledge, skill and attitude. All this component which is highly required, they undergo. This is video recorded, evaluated by expert, and then if the foreign council want or the board want, this video can be shared. So it goes in a dossier of a individual. It can be shared with them and they can see what an individual can do. Since our BSc nursing curriculum is very well aligned, it is competency based, but the faculty required to be trained, because OSCE and simulation is just coming in India. So that is one moment which is ministry is already taking care, and we are working together with the ministry to develop a faculty capacity to train the student in this regard. Another aspect is language. We can introduce this opportunity to the student that you have this opportunity to migrate outside. Which country would you like to go? What are the pros and cons? So, and we facilitate in the institution. This can be done in a little pilot project in certain district or certain state, and then we can move this forward and see the result. Here, CSR fund, the ministry input, and the NGO like us, who is working in the health sector for quite some time, can come and play. Yeah.
Thank you very much, ma'am. And I think, yes, the aligning the assessment system along with the regulatory integration with the foreign countries and with the demand centers will actually help setting the context in making some of the MRAs and MOUs successful, which they can see the light of the day. Thank you very much for your opening remarks. I would like to now request Shri Deepak Kumar, Deputy Registrar, Council of Architecture, to please share his opening remarks.
Good afternoon. I would like to thank Ministry of Commerce and SEPC for organizing this wonderful Chintan Shivir, where we are actually understanding the nuances, how we have to export these professional services. In the morning, our Honorable President Sir has highlighted most of the issues, but I would like to speak about the issues we are facing for having MRAs, because we don't have any MRA with any foreign country, though we have dialogues with USA, UK, South Africa. Singapore is the first one which we had dialogue, or almost we were on the stage of just finalizing the MRA, and finally they backed out saying you don't allow corporate practice, you have a requirement of residency that every professional must be resident in India, and you don't have continuous professional development for your architects, so how they will do it in Singapore. So these are the issues which architects faced. So we have issues both external as well as internal. Our regulations and our act also needs amendment. It is quite 50 years old. We have been sending those proposals to the ministry, but still recently also we have sent that proposal, but still we are awaiting when this actually will take the attention of the government, that to export these services or to make your architects and other professional competent, first they must be trained. They have the international level of training and education which other professionals have. The ICI example and the nursing example is quite encouraging, but for architects we are failing because the regulations which we submit to the government, that these are the regulations, these are the policies which we want, they are not actually being approved or attended to in the time-bound manner, and this is what failing us. The Council of Architecture, we have been sending proposals to the government. I would not like to criticize here what our ministry or what, but this is how the bureaucratic setup is affecting the professionals. So basically, the architects are going at junior level, they are getting projects, they are working, but they are not able to practice independently Plus, there is no prohibition on architectural services only by architects that is affecting, because foreign architects can come and practice. They have open door, and if we have to go abroad, we have a lot of restrictions which we have to clear. So in India, we have to introduce a prohibition on rendering of architectural services by non-architects, be it Indian or foreign. So unless that is done, so nobody will come forward for having a MRA, because their already doors are open. If your doors are open, who will come for MRA and have negotiations? So MRA or other negotiation dialogue will only happen when you have some barriers. You put some entry barriers to somebody. Where India is too liberal, anybody can practice without calling himself or herself as an architect. So that affects. So we have to really work on the domestic regulations. This is what my take. And we have taken suggestions from ICAI, which they have actually been able to do it, which will be good for architecture also. So it's really good to know that you have chapters abroad, you have a semester exchange program, you have overseas presence, which is actually our architects are also invited whenever, like thousands of architects are there in UAE, but there is no single association. There is no leader in them which says, yes, you have to come forward, make a chapter here, you have deliberations and all. There is no person who is actually, and council being a government body, we cannot directly establish a chapter there or spend funds there that we are doing in foreign countries. So private associations, the architects, this is what they have to also come forward, because ultimately they have to come forward saying that this is how we will get business there, and the government, Ministry of Commerce has been kind enough for supporting all whatever we need and all. Plus there can be a portal for professionals where the Ministry of External Affairs can say these are the opportunities available in this country, and whosoever is willing, they can give their profile, their all, so that they get this opportunity is available in this country, and somebody who is willing, they can say, yes, I am willing to offer my services, and there can be facilitation center at our missions, Indian missions, which are there abroad. Yes, this problem you are facing, so we will assist you with this. This is what I have to say. Just thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Deepak. Now, actually, I would like to use the second last point that you said to start the panel discussion and have a question for Mr. Abhay. I will request if you can, choose one of the MRA that you had signed as an example, and you can give us how the institutional capabilities which ICAI had created contributed to the successful negotiation and implementation of that MRA. If you would like to use any specific example, or at a broad level you would like to share, that will be okay.
Yeah, thank you very much. Of course, like already mentioned, when we enter into an MRA, there are recognition challenges, post-implementation challenges. They're there. But if you see the 8 MRAs which we've entered, of course, to start with, when we started with England and Wales, and there, we already have our members in UK and other jurisdiction, and even in the European countries. So they're already providing services. Of course, audit rights is still a challenge, because once it is allowed to a practice unit, they can do the audit services also. Like UK FTA, which got recently signed, would give us the opportunity as an Indian professional to even open up the audit rights. So that, I think, would be an opportunity. But I think if I talk about, the CP Australia, there's one of the MRAs which we entered. So I can give you one of the examples which where after even entering into the MRA, within a quick time, maybe in a month's time, we had employment opportunities for our Indian professionals. That was, and with just giving a couple of exams, our chartered accountants were employed in Australia. And this happened, I can give you one of the examples, that within 2 weeks also we have 1 or 2 instances where they gave the exam, they cleared the exam, and they got the employment, and were able to move from India to Australia and provide services. So these are advantage when we get into an MRA. I can further add, because we being so adaptable, we meet, and our curriculum is so strong that we do our articleship. Of course, you being also a chartered accountant, you understand that we do articleship, we make our members learn. So even alignment with the international accounting and auditing standards is very easy because that's part of a curriculum. And, shifting from or going from one country to another jurisdiction where we have MRA, giving just a couple of exams in terms of law or maybe taxation, gives us the opportunity as professional to immediately adapt to the environment, provide services as employer, and then able to provide services. So I think CP Australia, England and Wales, there are a couple of MRAs which initially entered into, is now giving opportunities to chartered accountants. And I believe going forward with Ministry of Commerce making so much effort, with FTAs being signed regularly, Oman was done and New Zealand is all in process, then others also where we'll have opportunity, where I think it's not just the accounting, bookkeeping, financial services, taxation, but even practice audit rights also will be opened up for chartered accountants. So that is what I say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have one follow-up question on this, and then I'll move to other panelists. See, international evidence broadly shows that over 50% of the MRAs benefits are lost post signing due to residual licensing or residency barriers.
Correct.
So if you can share some examples of how some of the post MRA regulatory frictions which Indian CEs faced were mitigated or were solved by ICAI through institutional measures or any other measure.
See, I think this is important because, like I said, the post-implementation challenges, and we do have MRAs where we are facing certain challenges, more particularly with respect to the audit rights. And then when, again, I say the recognition of ICAI as a professional is still being accepted through the MRA, and by appearing exams, you're able to do it. But just give you an example, like, for example, CP Australia. We do have an MRA, but when we talk about the practice audit rights, they don't allow through the MRA, and their institution or the regulatory framework expect us to do a certain number of hours. For example, if articleship, I've done a number of hours, I've done 2 or 3 years of articleship. I've already done the training under a chartered accountant, which our ICAI permits, and we are the only sole licensing body in India who provides who makes chartered accountants who give the degree as a chartered accountant. But Australia, the limitation is that they want 3,000 hours, which should be done by a chartered accountant who's residing there before he or she is allowed to do a practice rights or get the practice audit rights. So that is one limitation, which is like, I can give you one of the examples. Then second is, having your physical office. Again, there is, a challenge which we face in the implementation is that there are certain jurisdictions which expect that you should have your physical office opened up, and you should have a permanent address where they are a part of the MRA requirements. Or over and above, I can even say that they expect that you should depute one manager or a senior manager level person should be stationed at that jurisdiction. Certain jurisdiction wants us that you should have that person stationed so that they are able to, say or maybe interact, or he's aware of the rules, regulations, the regulatory framework of that particular jurisdiction. So, and then of course examination centers. Then again, examination centers is a challenge. Like if I talk about CP Australia, we are able to have our examination center in India. But if you talk about England and Wales, they've allowed us to do an online exam here in India. But other than this, out of the 8 MRAs, 2 of us have allowed to have exam center. But rest, we don't have an exam center. So I have to go to that jurisdiction, appear the exam, clear the exam, and then become a member of that. So these are certain challenges post-implementation, but definitely, like you said, mitigate. Renegotiations have regularly been done. The renewals of MRA, when we do it, we ensure that these are all challenges met and being covered. But still, those challenges are there, which as ICAI we are facing.
Right. Thank you very much, sir. Now, Shri Madhukar Bhagat, I would like to ask a question to you. Now, we discussed in this panel discussion and in the previous one as well that healthcare is one of the most regulated sector. And there was one report by OECD which stated that there are around between 30 to 40 distinct regulatory requirements are there for any cross-border practice of within the healthcare sector. Now, in this context, when the health qualifications are among the most tightly regulated globally, what have been the biggest regulatory or patient safety related hurdles in negotiating MRAs in healthcare, sir, according to you?
See, first we have to understand the MRAs by very nature, which are encouraging people's mobility are a two-way door. That is, if we are proposing for certain, opening the door for our people to go abroad, then the MRAs have also to take into account that their people will also come or their services are going to come. And when we talk specifically in the context of healthcare, the healthcare is affecting people's life. So unlike other sectors, which are purely based on commerce, or sectors where we have the political sensitivities to take care of, the economic considerations which are over there, in healthcare sector, we also have people's life. Apart from that, if we look at the areas of Europe and the West, there is also the additional requirement of privacy. And because of that, the data privacy issues are there, and there is a large sensitivity to that. We have already spoken about areas like the legislation, about the languages and other areas, but as far as healthcare is concerned, these two areas are extremely important, the life of people and the privacy of the people, which are very important in terms of determination of an MRA. And that also impinges on a very important thing apart from the legislations, etc., is on the standards and quality. Are we aligned to certain international standards, their domestic standards, their country standards? And many a times in the healthcare, the standards are not one unilateral standards.
Sure.
To give you an example, we talk about digital health right now, and there are two very important standards which are enablers as far as digital health is concerned, and that is, number one is the semantic standards, and second is the syntactic standards. So like syntactic standards means what are the IT standards which are essential for the purposes of communication with digital devices so that the patient's data can be exchanged, and that we follow the HL7 FHIR standards. And the semantic standard is the SNOMED city standards, which is applicable in 50 countries, the ICD-11 standards. Right. And unless a particular jurisdiction is compliant to that particular standards, the interoperability thing will not happen. And therefore, standards apart from regulations, the political, economic considerations and market all become very important. And in case of healthcare, extremely important to emphasize upon the life of the people and the privacy of people.
Thank you very much, sir. Professor Sharma, you discussed about assessment and how it needs to be aligned, and I would like to ask a question particularly related to that. In the morning, it was discussed how the MRA which we have signed with Singapore, it has been a while when we have signed it, but it's still open for debate whether it has been a successful MRA or not. Today, we are not going into that, but we have an MRA with example of Philippines and Singapore within nursing, which has worked. And worked successfully, and there are three primary drivers why it has worked. Their regulatory ecosystem was perfectly interlinked. It is a continuous and evolving discussion. Like Mr. Abhay said, that it has to get accustomed to the reality and demands of the day. And third, the assessment part. How the nurses are going to be perceived by the customers and assessed by the regulatory authorities in Singapore, that is done in Philippines itself. So there is a trust-based mechanism established. Now, in that context, I have a question for you. Yeah. If for the future MRs for nursing sector, for our nurses, and for the betterment of nurses' career, what are some of the key considerations we should have so that our MRAs are negotiated successfully and implemented successfully as well?
Yeah, thank you for the question, and it's very pertinent question. So first, let me tell you why the Singapore MRA did not work. It was signed, only one MRA we have by Indian Nursing Council with Government of Singapore and the Singapore Nursing Board, which is done in 2018. And after that, any MRA, once it is signed, it requires a further deliberation, continuous monitoring and follow-up. And any gap assessed should be rectified and taken forward. So probably somewhere that mechanism had missed. That is my understanding. Second, which I have come to know, that they have recognized only 7 institutes in India to be included this MRA, which precisely defeats the purpose of MRA. And third thing, their assessment was not established in India. So person has to travel. So person has to have a out-of-pocket expenditure, and which they go through. There is no authorized vendor, government authorized, recognized that you can select this vendor or the agency who will help you. So this aspirant get into prey of all this people, agencies, and they lose a lot of time. And probably the Singapore market is a small market. The migration in India pattern is either they go directly to NHS or they go to Gulf.
Right.
And from there they migrate to Australia, New Zealand, younger population because they want to settle there. And another, like in USA, you have NCLEX, which again you have to go to type of certification and the examination center you have to assess, which is not. And again in India, we have a coaching center, but we don't have. So my submission is, I think because of this does not work. So somehow if we can make an effort to have this assessment center in India, established with the country-specific regulatory bodies and the licensing bodies together, and which we can facilitate. And what small coaching we require, we can have a digital module now on the ministry website, maybe it is Commerce Ministry or Ministry of Health. We can publish this. Whoever wants to have with nominal fees, we can facilitate in long run to go. And digitalization of a module is, I will not say it is not difficult, it is easy, but may require little investment.
Understood.
So that way we can go ahead with it.
Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Mr. Kumar, last question to you, and then we'll wrap up this panel discussion. So it is in the context of what my other three questions have been. But some of the answers in this context you have already given, that the Act needs revision. There is a weak entry barrier for foreign firms which operate as design firms, and hence they are not interested in negotiating MRAs, the respective countries and their associations. However, apart from this, if we look at the Studio R requirements and certain other requirements for professionals to practice abroad, what, in your opinion, are some of the academic changes or the curriculum changes that we need to do to be better prepared and make our proposition attractive for the MRAs in the architectural services domain?
I think we have already done it in 2020. We have introduced foreign language and other subjects which was not there because our earlier curriculum was done in 83. And afterwards we submitted our proposals for amending those regulations, but somehow they could not clear. They were cleared in 2020 and new regulation was made. And recently we have submitted another regulations which is totally where we have reduced the duration of the course. We have introduced professional examination. Plus we have introduced some subjects which are not taught here, but they are taught world over. So those subjects have also been, like AI recently, those subjects have been introduced so that our architects learn what is being taught world over. So these are the issues which we have already kind of taken care of and submitted a proposal to our Ministry of Education, and we hope this will be cleared in very soon.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Nishanti,
Yes.
give me just 1 minute. I also want to just add, we have 3 category of health professional going. One is doctor, dentist, doctor segment. One is registered nurse and midwife segment.
Yes, ma'am.
Another segment which goes is a non-registered, but they are healthcare workers, like ANMs.
Right.
So the regulation, if we have to see, then we have to align all these to work also. And certain countries, like I give you quote example of Japan, which has got a geriatric population and their requirement is only geriatric nursing specific, but they do not give you a licensure or registration to practice as a nurse. Whoever, however qualified, goes to Japan will be like a aide. So somewhere we need to also take care of that professional dignity and her rights, wages also need to be protected in MR.
That's right.
So this point I just wanted to put to the forum, that everything looks very right, maybe the wages may be very high, but we should not safeguard our highly qualified professionals.
Yes, ma'am.
For their better good and country's better good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I think this was a very productive panel discussion, and in the interest of time and paying due respect to the time of other panelists and their respective moderators, I would like to end this panel discussion. We covered almost all the points that we intended to, except for the GCCs, but maybe in some other platform with some other guests. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nishant, and to all the panelists for a very fruitful session. May I please call the moderator and panelists for session 3 onto the dais, please? Mr. Pramod Jain, Ms. Jyoti Saran, Mr. Manoj Kumar Anand, and Mr. JVL Narayana. Request all of you to be on the stage, please.
Thank you very much. We know that we are a bit late. And yes, we'll try to be short, but yes, try and cover the subject, which is developing networks and basically formation and expansion of the professional chapters abroad. And today we have our panelist, Ms. Jyoti Saran, who is the executive member of INC. And we have got our Manoj Kumar Anand, the Central Council member of the ICMAI, who is also the chairman of the Professional Development Committee, and Shri JVL Narayana, the regional director of RIV Associates. Friends, if we talk about networks, the chapters, the chapters which have been formed by the ICI, if I talk about, this slides, can come to the next slide, please. It has been told in our earlier sessions also, ICI has got the global presence through 54 chapters and 31 representative offices, which is spreading across 85 cities in 47 countries. These chapters and representative offices, we started around 3 decades earlier. 3 decades earlier, we started this chapter and representative office, and every year we try and have more and more chapters and representative offices. So of course, the objective is to help the Indian members professionally under the aegis of the chapter, and then of course many of the chartered accountants who become chartered accountants, they have a job there and they don't have the membership out here. Now ICI being the single regulator for the membership of ICI, unless they take a membership of ICI, they won't be able to use the membership number and then the 2 alphabets before their name, CA. So when I write CA Pramod Jain, so they have to be member of the ICI. So that chapters abroad, they request the chartered accountants who are there, who are not having the membership of ICI, to come back, because currently if we talk about, we have got, we say 5.5 lakh members, but then there are another 50,000 or odd members who have not taken the membership. So that our chapters, they take care of the overseas, our members. Then of course the continuing professional educations, and of course we have also started that a CA student can have articleship with a member who is outside India also. So that also is the benefit which we are having there. Next slide, please. Now, actually, how do we form chapters? If we see, we tell our members, we find out that, okay, how many members are situated in a city. And if we see that there are 20 members, we see 1 or 2 members, we tell them, okay, you connect to more members in your area, because we are having a portal through which we are having addresses of everyone. So they update it on an annual basis. So we tell them, okay, connect to them, collect those 20 members, and then form a chapter. And I welcome our past president, CA Ved Jainji, who is also the panelist in the next session. So they form a chapter out there. And in certain cities, when we see that there are not 20 ICI members, there we have representative offices. And in a country, if we see we are having more than 20 members, but at least more than 100 members, then we have the country chapter. So the city chapter are 20 or more members and country chapter 100 or more members. So how those chapters or representative offices are formed? We have got an international affairs committee. That proposal comes to the International Affairs Committee. International Affairs Committee approves the same. Then we have got a managing committee where it approves, the managing committee approves the formation of that chapter or the representative office. And then, of course, the Council of ICI approves the same. And all the locations of these chapters and representative office are available on the ICI portal, ici.org, so anyone can connect with them. So what is the legal compliance which we have made, that those chapters which are formed outside India, they have to have a local legal entity, because some place they are required to be INC or LLC. So whatever is the local requirement of the law, they have to comply with those laws, and then within 6 months they have to register there in the local law which is applicable to them. Next slide, please. So yes, of course, it is a win-win strategy for everyone. Regular engagement is there between the ICI and the overseas chapters through structured communication. In fact, we tell you that we have annual awards, and we have an annual award for the gold, silver, platinum awards for the best chapters overseas. So they stay connected with us through that too. And we are having continuous joint CPE programs. Their local chapter, the chapters locally also have regular programs of the laws which are applicable to their jurisdiction where they are situated. So we, of course, whenever any of the council members or leadership, they visit those chapters, they always encourage them to grow more and more, add more and more members to their chapters. Next slide, please. Yes, challenges are there, but we are always trying to cope with those challenges. So different local laws are there, so complying with those, somewhere we face a problem, but then we try and resolve those issues, tell them, okay, how to go about that. So we try and do that. There is a mobility, professional mobility, because some members leave some jurisdiction, join some other jurisdiction. So that all changes we try and capture through our self-service portal of ICI, SSP portal, where they update them, but then the chapters also have to update their membership along with them. Even with the strong qualifications, additional local requirements restrict the practice, because as Abhay sir in his last session said, that though we are having MRAs practicing as an auditor out there, the local restrictions are still there. But yes, of course, with the ministries, we are having the MRAs where the audit sphere also, we would be seeing that we can do an audit in a reciprocal basis on both the countries. Of course, ICI chapters, it can be positioned as the knowledge partner to embassies and consultants. And friends, let me tell you, since last decade, whenever our leadership visit any of those chapters, we make it a point that we visit the embassies. Visit the embassies, we visit the ambassador, and they they are very proactive to meet us. And whenever a new chapter is to be opened or a new program is to be opened, the ambassadors, they always come to our programs. Now, what I would say, that when we'll be discussing this, I'll request all the panelists also, that if you envisage to open some chapters out there, those chapters should be connected with the embassies. Because when you connect with those embassies, so anyone require another professional, they can connect to the embassy and then connect to those professionals. Otherwise, those embassies would not be able to, one professional is not able to know other professional is there or not. Say someone needs a cost accountant or a company secretary or an architect or an advocate or a nurse, so they don't know whom to connect. So if that connecting point could be the embassies and the consulates, so there we can all do that, right? Next slide, please. Of course, the way forward, the structured engagement with the regulators and the ministries, which ICI has been doing it, but yes, every other professional body, they should do that. Embassies outside, I feel, as I just said, that they can be the coordination point for all the professionals out there. Yes, more recognition by the Indian embassies to all the professionals, I would say, and the standardized governance and the communication practices out there. Now, one thing which I want to just say that all the professionals, I say now cost accountant, company secretary, we all the three institutes are, our administrative overhead body is the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. All others are having different. But if I talk about all the professionals, when our members go abroad, so that is, I would say, export of manpower. But the target of the ministry is export of services. So how, because that the revenue would be earned in India. So how to work upon that? When we talk about ICI, those chapters when we have out there, they connect with our local members out there, and then they know that whatever work can be done through the members in India, they connect to us, or we connect to them to have those things. So that way the networking, the chapters out there could be playing a huge role in actually driving the export of services from the India. Now, we'll be discussing, now I'm going to sit down and then yes, so I'll request, first of all, Manoj Kumar Anandji, the cost accountant, our council member from the Institute of Cost and Works Accountant, that based upon your experience, what role do the professional networks of chapters play in strengthening the global presence? Because we all the three institute, cost accountant, company secretary and cost, ICI, all are having the same laws. So same regulations. So here, so what would be your initial comments that how the chapters are created in your institute, the overseas chapter in your institute, and how they can play that role? Anand.
Thank you very much, Jain sir, for a very lucid presentation. I think you have very correctly mentioned that almost all the three institutes which have been established under an Act of Parliament are broadly on the same lines, basically. Before I embark on that area, I must compliment Department of Commerce for holding this type of a seminar. I really don't remember in my memory, at least last 10 years, if any such seminar on professional services particularly have happened, and I must compliment all of them who have been behind this. Mr. Jain is here and all your people, sir. This is a very interesting, and it's a Chintan Shivar, so ideally it should be a little longer, but the time constraint doesn't permit us to go into that. I'll be specific to Jain Saab's queries, basically. You see, my institute also has chapters in the nearby areas, and we have chapters in USA, Canada, and other areas also. I'll like to mention over here that apart from regulating the professional services, our chapter acts as a community service to the professionals also. Our professionals who are going there, they are, I mean, just a fish out of the water over there, and then they feel very comforted when our chapter is there. It normally active chapter is there, and then they come into contact with them, and then they ultimately flourish themselves. I'll give you, I'll just take you from your presentations, Jain Saab, where you have mentioned very strongly that MEAs and our embassies should play a very proactive role, sir, over here. This is for your kind consideration. I'll just mention 2 years ago in the Gulf, particularly in Dubai, they introduced VAT. That was around 5% over there, and in the gradually Saudi Arab was opening up basically, and they have been opening up. So there was a great need to provide those computerized solutions that how to adjust for VAT and all that. And I must tell you that I was there at that time, that our chartered accountants, we have a big community of professionals, and my cost and management accountants are there. So they worked among themselves, and then they came out with solutions which were applicable to the local people. Also, particularly in case of the developing areas of Gulf, which is nearby, the architectural and the cost-saving techniques, what they are looking forward in building into their businesses and expanding their businesses are very important. The point what I am trying to say here is that there are positions of commercial counselors in our embassies all over world. So at least they should be in a position and they should be in more proactive touch with our chapters over there, wherever they are. And then we should actually exchange such information that this possibility of changes is happening in this, and then how we will be professionally in a position to help them out. Apart from this, there are certain areas like Hong Kong, Singapore, who have very specific requirements that the land should be in your name and then only you can open up a chapter. We are facing certain problems. So there also the MEA or maybe Ministry of Commerce can really come to some help. And also I will mention, sir, that we should have a common place which should then look up to our issues because we have our parent ministry, namely MCA, then Ministry of Commerce, who is looking into the development of this area, and then MEA, who is ultimately negotiating. So if there is a common place where we can put forward our views, and then we can develop our professionals abroad and ultimately achieve the aim of increasing exports of our professional services. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Anandji. Thank you very much. As regarding you said that you need to have a land to open a chapter. I think so we should recheck that because we are having chapters all over the
in Hong Kong.
But you can have a chapter at a place of any of your member. I don't know, but let us we can think over that right now. Right. Now I'll request Ms. Jyoti Sarinji, who is the executive member of INC, because in INC, if I talk about for the nurses, when we were discussing out there informally, we know that every nurse is required to register with the state nursing council, and the INC, the Indian National Nursing Council, they are trying to have that, the law is there, she will be explaining that more, I would say, that every nurse is required to register with them, because unless there is a single regulator or a registrar where they are registered, who would be opening those chapters outside India? Who would be working out there so that they can connect to the professionals outside within India? So, Jyoti ji, your views on how these chapters abroad can be opened by the INC or for the nurses, and how the benefit can be taken by the professionals in India for that?
Okay, let me start with extending my sincere gratitude to the organizers for having us here to deliberate on this topic. All of us are aware that in 21st century, the nursing network has expanded well beyond boundaries due to globalization, advances in digital communication, and increase in mobility of nursing workforce. And we are aware that the professional networking plays a crucial role in knowledge diffusion, sharing theoretical knowledge, sharing experiential knowledge, clinical expertise, dissemination and adaptation of evidence-based guidelines, best practices, innovation across geographical boundaries, and increase access to educational resources, research collaboration, and strengthen leadership, improved health outcomes. That is the ultimate aim, that we would like to have improved health outcomes of our patients. We have heard the success story in the morning where the Mahe and New Brunswick University have undergone a collaboration, and this collaboration has resulted in improving the confidence of students, increase in their employability of these students directly into the Canada, as well as having a joint dual degree program. Similarly, many universities are having faculty exchange program, and student mobility agreements are there, which helps the students as well as the professionals to exchange their research, exchange their evidence-based guidelines, and health being a state subject, all the nurses who pass out from any college of nursing or school of nursing have to be registered by state nursing councils, as explained by Dr. Sandhya Gupta in the morning. Now, Indian Nursing Council has NRTS, Nurse Registration Tracking System, where they have a live register, and they would like to register every nurse, and it is even linked to 150 CNE hours for upgradation of their license. We have strong bonds, we have professional networking across various countries through alumni associations, but yes, to move to professional chapters, establishment will need establishing the guidelines at the national level, and as we have some success stories and we have learning experience from the Chartered Accountant unit forums, we may develop those guidelines, and through those guidelines that professional chapters can be definitely established. But at present, the professional network what we have alumni associations, we have felicitation of the distinguished alumni at various forums, we have certain MOUs and MRAs with certain universities, like we have a MOU or student mobility agreement with University and Lovisenberg University. There we have faculty exchange program and student mobility agreement, and this actually helps us to do the transcultural or sharing of experiences between the two countries. So that's one way, but yes, we have steps ahead to go, and we are ready to take up that challenge. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jyoti ji. Now, Jaivel Narayana ji, for the architects, yes. So, professional chapters abroad. So, what has been your experience, and are there any chapters, or you are proposing? You are feeling that yes, there can be chapters. So, how to go about that?
Thank you, Jain Saab. Good afternoon, everybody, and I would like to give a big thanks to the organizers for giving me a chance to speak about that. Firstly, just a correction, I represent engineering services and not architectural services. So, of course, my friends in architecture, we work in collaboration with them. I think what is most important before we talk about the experiences is to understand where the engineering services are standing at the moment in terms of the global export services of ours. I think the problem that we have is we are seeing this as a cost-driven engineering services, and that needs to be changed to a value-driven globally as a trusted solutions. Now, why I make this statement is that we as engineers are working right from a planning to concept to the construction to the commission of a project or various projects. Now, the areas in which we're working in, for example, you talk about Asia Pacific, Australia, you talk about Africa, or you talk about Middle East or Europe or Americas, the requirements are quite different, which is quite natural. So, the advantage of our engineering fraternity is that we have that expertise, talent, pool of resources within the country who can address the various different requirements, clubbed with the latest technology of BIM, AI, digital twinning, which is a very latest sort of technology that we have. Now, as pointed out, I think the first point of contact for us in terms of networking are the embassies. Definitely those embassies would give us that sort of a foothold to go into the country. And also, what is really lacking from our experience is we are not hunting in packs, number one. Now, as he said, is it a disintegrated approach? In which countries are the other chapters strong, and we bank upon them and pool together and work together as integration of work. So when we go and
try to attempt a new opportunity of engineering in a particular country opens financial, legal, and contractual aspects, and then there's scope for others to work on to, of course, tourism, health, everything gets revolved around that. So one of the things that we experienced, for example, in a recent meet in Vietnam, there's an Indian festival that was organized. The entire Vietnam Railways is looking towards Indian Rail for end-to-end solutions. And that's such a thing that we have a vast resource which could be really looked at and then integrated. Apart from that, we in engineering services have some constraints. And one of the biggest constraints that we have is, unlike the health sector and the chartered accountants or the doctors, the medical, we don't have a professional engineer's bill. And that's one of the biggest problem that engineers have in the country. We have been fighting for that since independence. Unfortunately, we are still have not seen the end of the tunnel, but at the end of the day, at least something is happening. We hope that 2025 is closing, 2026, we would have that been placed in the parliament. And the surprising fact that in the subcontinent, the neighbors have that bill, including Sri Lanka and Pakistan, to stress upon, and we don't have. So that's something which is very, very disappointing. So why I press this is because, see how ICA has progressed, and engineers bill would allow the Indian engineering fraternity to excel. The biggest reason is the chartered engineer in India has no value outside, unlike your UK chartered engineer or a professional engineer from US. So if you go to any of these countries, of course, Africa starts recognizing us because of our technical expertise. But if you go to any of those Commonwealth countries, then you've been asked, are you a chartered engineer from Royal British? So no. Are you a professional engineer? No. So you are Indian chartered engineer. So we've been taken as a second level or a third level. So I think that's one of the biggest reason that we would have a difficulty in terms of penetrating. The second thing is, because of poor network, we don't have access to the business. Now, where do we approach? How do we go? And local companies have that sort of limited knowledge, but they have access. Now, for us to go and tie up with the local companies, we need to have that sort of network to gain the business. So what is, we've been at SCPC trying to work on this. We have done 3 or 4 sessions to bring in people from various fraternities to see that how can we bring in a common business development forum wherein people would understand that this sort of opportunities exist, and where are our communities within that sort of areas, and we work together in terms of making a successful win-win to the Indian business team. Now, local certification is another issue. We need to be registered in that particular country to sign off the drawings and designs. So unless you have a local registration, you can't do that. Then you have issues with the mobility of professionals, visa caps, and then you have short tenures, and then you have high costs and things like that. Although we are about 1/3 to or less than that costlier than any European qualified engineer at the same level. Now, while some of the markets recognize the fact that we provide end-to-end solution at a cheaper rate, and in giving the solutions to them, coupled with the latest technologies that have been indigenously developed, the penetration into that sort of lack of network is really hampering us. So one of the things that we need to do is that if ICA has a chapter, I think that we should embark on it and then try to see how we can build other chapters accordingly to make a business case on that. Now, in terms of the other areas, although my company works in Australia, 21 countries in Australia, Africa, and in the Middle East, we have been quite successful in Australia with repeated contracts because they have understood the gravity of the depth at which we analyze, which is not being done by the others. So repetitive business is with the clients, and having those particular chapters in your terminology. In our terminology, we will call it as associations or whatever we call it as. That sort of engineers collaboration with institution of engineers in the other countries, institution of the consulting engineers in the other countries, council of architects in the other countries, and our council of architecture, I think that would actually make a lot of things. So networking is very important. We have been planning to see at SCPC a conference somewhere in the Dubai or other places, which I think Dr. Abhay would definitely look into that aspect. But at the same time, what is important is that a continuous interaction with the embassies, as emphasized here, and also the communities that we have already created be brought in, the institution of engineers be brought into this forum for such type of an activity, and the other consulting engineers been brought into this forum for such type of an activities. I hope I have addressed your question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, so we can just take certain takeaways out there. Basically, if we say, yes, there are challenges, but we have to find solution to those challenges. And of course, these chapters actually, they consolidate the professionals, Indian professionals out there. And of course, then they can actually help the professionals in India or the professionals who are going from India outside India. So both ways, it is win-win situation for everyone. And yes, ICI has got our own guidelines for opening of the chapters and the operations of those chapters. We can always share with all the professionals. Looking forward that yes, most of the professionals, yes, they have their own chapters outside, and they always connect to the embassies out there, embassies and the consulates, so that whenever any Indian requires any of the professional services out there, they know that, okay, which chapters are there, which professionals chapters are there, so they can connect each other. With this, because the time is very short, so I thank each of the panelists for sharing their views on this subject. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the moderator and the panelist. Now we come to the last session of today's Chintan Shivir, where we talk on leveraging FTAs for boosting professional services exports. I kindly request the moderator for the session, Shri Sumanta Chowdhury, to come onto the dais, sir, as well as the panelists, Dr. Sonia Pant, Mr. Vay Jain, Shri Dipesh Shah, Mr. Vaibhav Kakkar, and Dr. Mini George. Please take your place on the dais. Thank you.
Let me first make a few housekeeping announcements, because we are all, I think, badly off the time. So I would request each of the panelists to please maintain the time that I would request. So this is a session on FTAs and how one can leverage what we've discussed on professional services through the FTAs. Now, very quickly, to just mention the framework through which an FTAs provides professional services access is largely two. First, of course, is through the exchange of schedules of commitments, the market access commitments that we all have. And second, of course, is the regulatory environment. And there, I think, earlier we have been depending largely on signing of MRAs, but as we have ourselves heard, the only MRA that so far we have managed to sign, and that too with limited success, is the one with Singapore on nursing. But in more recent FTAs, we have started to look at the disciplines on domestic regulation, whether it is terms of an annex on professional services in the case of the Australian agreement, where you have provisions for temporary licensing, or very recently I just saw in the one signed with Oman, there are certain provisions with relation to the so-called controversial topic of qualification requirements. Now, this is the way to go. I do think that this is perhaps where I think it is easier in some sense, because you have this applicable across a range of service sectors, and I think it also makes sure that you have a legal commitment in place. And there is a linkage increasingly between 1 and 2. If you look at what we have done in our recent FTAs, again, you will find that, yes, of course, there is a gradual opening up of the professional services. We were extremely cautious before. We have now started to take our first steps, whether it is partially in auditing. Earlier, we used to restrict ourselves to accountancy and bookkeeping, in architecture and so on. But here, you will find that in the market access, particularly in a more technical sense, in the national treatment column itself, there are regulatory requirements put. For example, it says subject to registration, subject to a condition of reciprocity, etc., which are nothing but regulatory disciplines in themselves. So this is the link in some sense which has come about. And here I would draw attention, and we don't have the time, but there are, in my view, in certain cases when we are looking at a condition of reciprocity, and you look at some of the acts of the professional bodies, there is, according to me, a disconnect. And that would surface at the time of implementing. So when you are actually trying to negotiate this condition of reciprocity, there might be an issue. But this is something that we all need to debate. And with me, we have a panel. So we have 4 or 5 panelists. So I would request each panelist to please restrict their comments to about 4 minutes each, so that then after that, we could have a quick round of questions. So let me begin with Sonia. Again, Sonia needs no introduction. I will not waste much of time. She is now currently part of Niti Aayog. So Sonia, the floor is yours, and I do believe that I am aware that Niti Aayog had done work on very much this same area of professional services. Sonia.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. At the outset, I'd like to thank Department of Commerce for inviting me to this very interesting topic. And as Sumanta sir just said, Niti Aayog has already worked on a report on professional services, looking at it from the regulatory dimension. And we've looked at legal services, accounting, auditing, architecture, engineering, urban planning and landscape. We've looked at the entire gamut of medical, dental, nursing, allied health services, and also seen what is the current state of play, what are the reforms needed, what are the bottlenecks, what are the challenges. So that's a part of the work that we have done, and we are hoping that the report will be released soon. There's another work that we are doing, sir, we've just begun, that is also on professional and scientific and other business services, where we are trying to look at visioning for the sector in terms of seeing, putting this entire sector in the context of the Viksit Bharat vision, trying to look at a roadmap for 2030 in the short term, 30, 35, and then 47, trying to position the sector as a key sector for achieving our ambitions of becoming Viksit or developed by the centenary year of our independence. So I think services as such is a growth engine of the Indian economy, 55% contribution to GVA, about 46% to exports. And if I start on the statistics, there could be many more. But since the session is on professional services, I'd like to come to this sector where we know that as per our calculations, it's about 10% of our GVA is coming from this sector. It is employing around 10 to 15 million people in the country based on the periodic labor force survey data. And also it has been growing very fast, contributing around 34 to 35% to our total exports. And if we were to look at the period from 2005 to 2024, we'll see that the sector has grown at an amazing CAGR of 22%. And if you look at the world over growth in this area, then it is around 10%, so more than double. So this sector is indeed a powerhouse for India. We need to look at it in an integrated manner. The other important data point that I'd like to bring to your attention is that if you were to look at global exports from the WTO data, you will see that India is having about 13 to 14% of total global share of professional services. It is next only to US, which has around 16%. So we are the second most dominant partner. However, we have several changes that are happening in the global economy today, and geopolitical changes. Commerce is no strange. I think commerce knows much more about this than anybody of us sitting here. Second is about this entire digital ecosystem that is developing AI technology. And third is climate and demographic change. So all these factors are changing the way in which the sector is evolving, and we need to look at it from this point of view. So the other point that I'd like to bring up here is in relation to the importance of Mode 1 for this sector as a mode of delivery, because if you look at the TISMOS database from WTO, you will see India stands out as a country with 3/4 of our services exports being delivered through Mode 1. And a very large part of this 3/4 is coming from professional services. So I think point number one, which is important, is to ensure access in Mode 1 for professional services in our future FTAs. Given the rising protectionism, I think there is a very, very important need for future-proofing our commitments in our FTAs. And we all know that US is a major partner for India in services, even for professional services, sir. We are undergoing agreement discussions with them. I think here it is important to somehow get a carve out for Indian professional services exports, even for Indian IT exports. If we can somehow future-proof it, I think it will be a great idea. That's point number one, sir. I'll quickly conclude in 2 minutes. Yeah. The second point, yes, sir. The second point I think which is important is looking at the sector itself, as was mentioned in the previous session, which I happened to hear a little bit of it. So the sector itself is very, very diverse. So there are subsectors which are properly regulated. So you have medical, dental, you have lawyers, you have accountants, you have audit. The entire auditing sector. You also have sectors such as engineering, landscape architect or things like this, which lack a formal recognition, which lack a formal regulation also. So the tapestry of the sector itself is very, very diverse. And the Niti Aayog report, which I'm talking about, hopefully it will be out soon, it looks at these individual sectors, makes horizontal kind of recommendations as well as sector-specific recommendations, and tries to look at the sector in terms of boosting India's presence in services value chains as well as within the manufacturing value chains. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Sonia. In fact, the importance of I think of the outsourcing and the Mode 1 digital delivery is absolutely critical. And also bear in mind the fact of GCCs and the fact that they are integrating. And this is where professional services have to fit in much more, perhaps. Let me now turn to some practitioners. So let me turn first to Mr. Ved Jain, past president, ICI.
Thank you, sir. My compliments to the organizer for organizing this program and inviting me on this topic. Leveraging free trade agreement for boosting professional services. This is a very important initiative. And as we see the GDP of the India, a large part comes from the service sector. It's the right time when we are entering into free trade agreement, we keep a focus on the services. I would just like to take you back to what has happened in post 2020. Post COVID, the world has shrunk further. It has shrunk earlier also, now it has surged further. And for professional services, now it has become virtually at your doorstep, at your level, etc. And when I was just evaluating various professional services, maybe nursing, maybe medical, or maybe engineering, etc., still you may need a presence of the person while providing services. But when I look at accounting and bookkeeping and auditing services, physical presence may not be there. What is being done sitting in New York, what is being done in London, what is being done in Singapore can be done sitting in New Delhi, maybe Amritsar or Bombay or Calcutta. That's an important aspect we must keep in mind. And for that part, when we are leveraging this free trade agreement, I think probably that sometimes the focus is on mode 3 and mode 4. I say the mode 1 is more important now because in accounting services, everything can be done in mode 1, which I can accept in a few cases on that issue. So we must, while working it out, and as you, the chairman rightly pointed out at the beginning, the challenge is on this mutual recognition and the licensing. That's becomes an important aspect. And the third challenge is the data location. That's another aspect which you need to look into this. From the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India perspective, I would just like to give a background. Till 90s, we used to have in the statute itself for Indian Chartered Accountant Act, as well as in the England, that there was an automatic recognition if chartered accountant qualified from India can become a member of the English and Wales Institute, and England and Wales member can become. And many of you will not a very noticeable person are in India doing practice are from England and Wales. Before 90s, they have qualified on this issue. Later on, the institute has also entered into an MRA with England and Wales, renewed that agreement. We have with CPA Australia, we have in Australia also, but still there are bottlenecks on that part. And my one suggestion on this, when we are entering into this free trade agreement, let's keep a focus on each of these professional services individual requirements. Because what is required for medical, what is required in engineering, and what is required for accounting, there may be something change on this issue. When I look at this, the two agreement which we have entered into with Australia and we look into UK, though it states that there is an endeavor that we will try to have a mutual recognition in the licensing arrangement, but still we need to put a little bit more focus on this. If we are able to, I think, put some little bit more flexibility giving to the movement of the professional on this issue, probably that will help us in making it. And why it is so? Now, looking at, because we all have known that we have back offices, we have now GCC coming up also in that big way. Now, back office and GCC still has to be vetted in that country on that issue. But in case mutual recognition take place, it will be a virtual office from that country to this country. I believe looking to the talent of the India, looking to the type of the training and the recognition, sometimes there is an apprehension that we open it because it will be reciprocity. Because if we open up this, then probably some people will move from other countries, developed nation to India, and we may have a challenge because of it. I believe challenge is not so big. Looking to the strength of the Indian professional, the way they are present across the globe and they are already recognition. So still there is nothing should be worried about it, and the focus should be on this mutual recognition, etc. Another part which is important maybe in the future free trade agreement will be, because particular important will be the US, I believe, where the discussions are going on. And my past experience is when I was the president of the institute, so I had the occasion to have an interaction with the CPA Australia and AICPA, and there is an oversight board which looks into all these issues. They have always been insisting that in case India agrees for reciprocity, we will open it up. And my suggestion will be that yes, India should agree in the free trade agreement that we are open to the US people's qualified people to move to India, allowing reciprocity, of course, subject to the condition of what we call visa and the presence in the US, although that's a very important aspect, because it cannot happen that I have a license, I have a right to do there, but visa is not granted. So that's another aspect which need to be looked into. I mean, these are some things which need to be done, but I will repeat again on one part that professional service, even please look into the requirement of each of the profession, and when we are working on accounting, data location will be another aspect. because many of the country says that their data cannot move out of their country. It has to be within that country. If that be the case, then this free trade agreement services cannot move from one country to another, except in mode 3 or mode 4. Mode 1 and mode 2 will not be working. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, and thank you for those very practical suggestions. Let me now turn to Dr. Dipesh Shah, Executive Director, International Financial Services Center Authority. Dr. Shah.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Department of Commerce and SCPC for organizing this. I think we've been into the financial services for many years. I think first time we are attending this export of professional services. Very appropriate, I think, what you are doing, and great to see this type of commitment from the Minister of Commerce. I think I would like to take first minute just to say that the reason of setting up GIFT City by the Government of India was exactly what we are debating today. That why the Indian professional services are moving out. For example, somebody wanted an international financial services, they would take you to Dubai, Singapore or Mauritius, and you avail those services from that to India. Now, I think that was the first set of problem statement that we had. People were moving out because the regulations and tax were not supporting these structures in India. And thanks to probably the Minister of Commerce of visualizing in the SEZ at that time in 2007 an International Financial Services Center. And I've been interacting with Darpanjan sir for last many years. I think the type of the thought processes they are bringing into the SEZ, and probably the International Financial Center is just one tip of what they can achieve, is helping these businesses which have gone out to come back to India. And probably GIFT City is right now sitting somewhere the possibility of the businesses which have gone offshore to bring it onshore in an enclave, probably as an International Financial Services Center. So what has been done in terms of bringing them back? We got the professional services as the first set of services which were notified in the IFFC, that you can be a firm, a consultancy firm or a professional, come into an IFFC and you can provide services within the IFFC to Indian firms and to overseas firms, all from the IFFC zone. So we just started exporting professional services from the zone. We brought in bookkeeping, accounting and taxation, and also a very important area called financial crime compliance services in an IFFC. So our professionals sitting in GIFT can now provide an back-end probably and services to many of the established financial centers on AML CFT compliances, which were not thought of or which were not been done in India before. We have also allowed technology-based financial services to be exported from GIFT to outside. Now, this is another change from where the SEZs were doing. International Financial Center is adding a TechFin part of it. And a global in-house center, the GICs, which was spoken to, has been now enabled within the ecosystem. But I think most importantly, and from a policy perspective, as we are debating the FTAs today, I have 5 points, Chairman, to cover. And first and foremost, which was not spoken in the previous session, was using this international branch campus or foreign universities coming to India. I think FTA should leverage them to the best of their usage from an India perspective. See, we had challenges that they were not recognizing our qualifications outside. Now you should use that in the FTA, saying that, look, your own university is coming into India, and probably Ms. Sonia may agree that, you know, they are imparting the same degrees what they are imparting in the home country. So there is no change in terms of what the degrees they are offering from India. That could probably, in a way, in your negotiation, help you to say that, look, now you have same degrees been offered from India, Indian continent, you should allow those practitioners to practice in your part of the world. I think one important point we should remember is that market access, what we are looking at, without qualification recognition, which was mentioned by the moderator in the beginning, is like having a visa without a work permit. You know, you are not having a work permit, you are just being recognized. So we should get this mutual recognition of qualification right at the top of the FTAs in order to make it really work. I think second, which was also mentioned about the temporary mobility, which is very important. I think 6 to 24 months mobility in an FTAs would really help a lot of IT companies and consultancy firms to go out and deliver those services outside.
I think have to hurry up.
Yes, I have 2 more points to cover. The alignment of the domestic skill set certificates with the FTA will be very important. And this is, I think, from the context, we have already the branch campus is coming, but that could also be the programs which can be run under the FTAs, which is recognized by the FTA countries within India. That will really help also, in order to provide the services from India. And also make the FTAs MSME friendly, because I think from a professional services point of view, we do believe that the next set of big exports is going to come from professional service providers. While the large corporates will keep doing the export, but your small and medium firms through a digital exports is going to do a huge export of services. And my last point on this panel, I think we should really, in an FTA, shift our narrative from export to a knowledge export. I think that is really required. We've been exporting, probably as they say, we are exporting bodies, we should export brains now. That is what our FTA should really look at from a perspective of what we can achieve. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dipesh. Let me now turn to Mr. Vaibhav Kakkar, Senior Partner, Saraf and Partners. Vaibhav.
Thank you very much, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here, and many thanks to the organizers for having me over. At the very outset, I will limit some part of my conversation from a perspective of my profession, which is the legal profession. It'll be interesting for all of you to note that India's share in the global legal market just in the legal profession is only 1%. India has the largest pool of law graduates in the world. And India is spitting out about 1 lakh law graduates each year. In that backdrop, it's also interesting to note that all the GATS that we have on and free trade agreements that we have on services, legal services never covered as part of that. Somewhere I'm also touching a fairly controversial theme, which is emanating on account of the fact that, yes, we have a pretty strong domestic professional body regulator, which is the Bar Council of India. As recently as when India and UK entered into their free trade agreement, legal services was not covered as part of it. And just in the backdrop of that, the Bar Council came up with rules for entry of foreign law firms into India. If one was to evaluate those rules, what do those rules say? They say that foreign lawyers can come into India, but they can only provide non-litigious foreign law advice on Indian matters. So if there is a contract between an Indian party and a foreign party, if the governing law of that contract was English law, US law, and just insofar as those aspects of foreign law is concerned, foreign law firms can come and advise on those aspects. Apart from that, there's also the nuanced play of reciprocity. Now, when we talk of various professions, I can't overemphasize the point that each profession brings its own relevance and value. Somewhere with the legal profession, the issues of sovereignty, public interest, the issues of the last mile litigant all play up. And which is why the Bar Council has, in a calibrated manner, only picked up commercial law, and that too only of non-litigious nature, to start opening up. To my mind, the way these rules have been set out, they also provide, and I must tell you that a lot of foreign lawyers used to come and visit India. But the Bar Council in their rules also said that now I will have a limit on you. Anybody who wants to do fly in, fly out, maximum 60 days. So all our friends from foreign law firms have stopped coming into India because they're counting days, and whether that will trigger requirements. So those kind of complications have arisen when it comes to law, to the legal profession. I think so far as legal profession is concerned, we're still on a very nascent stage, but a significant change has happened. The Bar Council of India has allowed partial entry of foreign law firms in a limited way. We need to sort of now leverage on that. In my personal opinion, as somebody, who's a senior partner in a law firm of more than 250 lawyers, and we recruit each year, one very clear opportunity and challenge is that with 1 lakh law graduates coming out each year, where there are not that many opportunities in this country, which is why what Ms. Pant said, that mode 1, legal process outsourcing, where India could then become a support service provider on LPO side, where India has frankly not even unleashed its potential, it's just the tip of the iceberg. If that play could play up, along with some focus on mode 4, because unlike most other professions, legal profession does require physical presence. So I think if we are able to unleash that potential, eventually I think the Bar Council will have to be nudged to start talking to other global organizations. The reality is, hand on heart, with an Indian degree today, there are not too many countries that even would allow me to practice there. So issues of reciprocity, Bar Council being gently nudged, because eventually this potential of this huge English-speaking talent pool of law graduates will have to be unleashed, and that can only be done when we also look at outwards. Today, when you talk of legal market, everybody talks of inbound. Everybody talks of foreign firms coming into India. I genuinely see a lot of potential of Indian lawyers and law firms going overseas and doing a phenomenal job of it. So therefore, that thought process has to be seeped in by the Department of Commerce to the Bar Council, that while you calibrate and open up India in a protected manner, you keep your eye on the goal that you have to find opportunities for Indian professionals outside. That's my limited comment here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vaibhav, and you're a brave man. Anyway, I was joking.
Sorry.
But I think the larger question is, and I think Mr. Ved Jain said, are we in some sense overemphasizing this threat from across the seas? And are we limiting our own opportunities against something that is purely anticipatory? That's a larger question, but let me, before turning over to some specific questions, turn to Dr. Minnie George. She's the principal, College of Nursing. So, floor is yours.
Panel members and everyone present here, I thank the Ministry of Commerce and Industry for having given this opportunity. And nursing, as speakers before me have set a backdrop of what exactly is happening in nursing sector today. And they have already set in motion the fact that we are a large body. We are around 50% of the healthcare workers workforce anywhere, so it's a large group of people, and we train around more than 3 lakh professionals every year in India. So we are set at the right time to export services. Not that we are beginning now, we have been doing that for a long time, but then the individuals personally have taken their way forward to find jobs abroad, and in the process have been exploited and have also been faced a lot of hardships. And I think it is time, and the right time now, we are talking about FTAs in this sector. And my emphasis would be to consider nursing as a separate professional service, so that we get that rightful opportunity to present our problems. Otherwise, usually it's clubbed with the medical sciences and we are seen as a supportive service. And I want explicit FTA for the nursing service with a nursing service annexure, so which will look into all the issues of nursing sector as such. And when we were talking about different modes, yes, one of the unexplored mode is mode 1 in nursing, which again is digital nursing, telenursing. Today, there are many projects which have been taken up, wherein you can consult from one sitting anywhere and giving an ICU nursing service. Such kind of opportunities can be explored. And even auditing, nursing document auditings can be taken up digitally. Of course, the issues of data security, cyber security, all this comes in. But otherwise, this is an area which, which can be explored, and it needs to be explored. And of course, we are always talking about the temporary mode of movement of nurses. And here I would insist that we should have separate category of nurses. And one of the aspects which earlier speakers also spoke before me was about nursing qualifications not being equal to the qualifications given abroad. So equalizing the nursing qualifications, because as earlier speakers have said that you go after a PhD also, you still have to start as a staff nurse on the bedside. they are not given an equal reciprocity when they do a master's and go up or a PhD and go up. So this is another area. Categorizing visas for nursing, various nursing categories. And we have been always from the morning talking about nursing care service sector, but there is also a sector called as nursing education. That's also a service that can be utilized. You can give digital courses, digital certifications, and digital verification of certifications. Now when a person goes from India abroad to any country, the person runs from pillar to post to, if they worked in 12 different states, they have to clear their papers from all these areas. So if there can be one window through which they could do all this, so it otherwise an individual who goes abroad faces a lot of hardship by way of these issues. And so of course we were talking about the mutual recognition of agreements, wherein which is entirely needed. And the interim solution could be for that supervised practice, bridging courses in the meantime, micro-credentialing, and specialization, as we were just saying, pediatric course and critical care nursing courses, and digital health nursing courses, infection control nurses. These could be specialized areas in which they need not recognize the entire qualification, but maybe the specializations. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. George. And at this stage, I know but let me just come to two quick points, and I'll request anyone in the panel, I'm not addressing it to anyone. We've learned the importance, and everyone has said, and it's very clear about Mode 1. But the moment you talk about this cross-border transfer of data, and in the case of medical, dental, data protection, all these become absolutely critical issues. Now, we have now our own DPDP Act and rules which have now come into being. And my short question to the panel is, where do we stand on this after our own act and rules in terms of the cross-border transfer of data?
Great question, sir. I'll just give an answer from a purely regulatory perspective. Today, the only couple of sectors where there is data localization as a mandate is the Reserve Bank of India for financial sector data. And there are certain requirements of the Department of Telecom, COA, certain nature of data for telecom companies and its subscribers. These are two natures of data that are mandated under applicable law that cannot leave the country. So when we look at financial sector, data pertaining to financial sector, the Reserve Bank of India is very clear in its diktat, will have to reside in India. Now, when it comes to the DPDP Act and the rules, they have certainly now created an enabling framework which will allow the government from time to time in public interest to call out such spheres of data that they will then require to be mandatedly housed in the country. Now, that's going to be a fairly tricky play because how do you call out certain data to be sensitive and certain data to be not so sensitive for it to travel outside? So there is enough teeth under the statute and the rules for the government to now from time to time lay out certain sectors. But for now, certainly the only sector that one really concerns is the RBI and certain requirements around financial sector data.
I may just add one thing. I believe when we are talking of cross-border working, and particularly in Mode 1, the protection has to be given to the data which travels from outside to India. So there has to be a legislation or there has to be a protection that data which is coming up under this transaction for working, which has nothing to do with the transaction which is happening in India, but it is an outsourcing which is happening in India. That data will not be accessible under the law to any authority because outside country will like to have protected data. In case we can come out with such type of regulation, probably it will inspire confidence in the other, okay, yes, my data is protected. Only privacy will see that the organization from whom I am getting this work done, it has a secrecy and that privacy. That's all, that regulation may be important.
One last question, and that is again in terms of the FTA directly, and that is given the importance of professional services, and not just professional services, across the board, many of the other areas that Sonia talked of. And I think it's not entirely true that the focus of FTAs is Mode 3 and Mode 4. If you actually look, the one area where you have almost none market access except for areas like financial, telecom, audiovisual, etc., is Mode 1. But there are still areas which are missing, and perhaps one way to do this is to have a cross-cutting horizontal coverage of Mode 1, except for certain sensitive sectors, which would also help include newer professional services that are happening. Any thoughts on this? Very quickly, and then we'll wrap up.
Take this up. Sir, this is an excellent idea, and I think India was a proponent of this a long time ago, sir. And there was a plurilateral request on Mode 1 and Mode 2, which included a large number of sectors. And India was a proponent of this request, and I wish we had concluded it then. And we would have really future-proofed a lot of market access at that point of time. But I think there is still time to take it up with important trading partners. I think we should consider it. There is already a template available, and we could look at it, we could modify it, we could make it more contextual in the changing scenario of today. But I think that should be looked into, sir.
I have just one point to add to what was just said, and probably a suggestion for the commerce on the FTA. Many times in the morning, somebody said about this 50 crore, youngsters doing the international transfer pricing. Now, that lot of clarity is not there for many professionals as to what, when you are doing an FTA, what is permissible, what needs licensing. If somewhere an annexure allows you to get negotiated, which gets added, saying that these are the services is free to be offered by any professionals from outside, or particularly between the FTA countries, it will give a lot of clarity to the professionals that I don't need local licensing, local certifications to provide these services. And if there can be a segment which says that you need local certification, what are the requirements? I think this will really help the clarity to the professionals.
I know this is a topic which we can go on endlessly, but it is between lunch and you, so I will not become professional myself and close the session. But before that, let me thank all the 5 panelists for their excellent contribution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sumanta sir, and all the panelists. We come to the end of the Chintan Shivir today with the wrap-up session. May I please request Joint Secretary, Department of Commerce, Mr. Darpan Jain, to come onto the dais, as well as Mr. Abhay Sinha for the vote of thanks as well. So please come onto the dais. Thank you.
So I think it has been an engrossing half day of Chintan Shivir on professional services. Very important insights, number of different professions coming together, learning from each other, good practices. I think it has been really, really useful for Department of Commerce. I hope it is also useful for all the participants who have come. I will not take much time. I am very sorry that we could not run the session exactly as per the schedule because of some reasons beyond our control. So I'll try to make it as short as possible. We will also share whatever have been the deliberations. We will try to prepare a gist of it and share it with all of you so that you can peruse it as per your convenience. But some 4-5 pillars under which I can wrap up the deliberations today. So one is what needs to be done by our professional bodies externally. That means when they are working outside in different countries, what are the different ways in which they can work? So I think very important very good ideas came from ICAI on chapters, how they have requirements for establishment of chapter, guidelines for setting up of chapter. So it was also felt that it was very useful. They have an international directorate, so can all our professional bodies also have some sort of a vertical which looks at international provision of services, giving incentives, annual awards to the chapters so that there is a connect, there is a feedback loop, reaching out to professional bodies outside in form of some MOUs, which they can be stepping stone to more, I would say, engagement, deeper engagement in times to come. Doing international conferences, again, is a very good idea. Many professional bodies are doing international conferences. And most importantly, I think the point which came again and again was connect with the missions abroad, keep them in loop, keep them as a focal point. So I think externally, when our professionals are working, our bodies are operating, I think these are some of the good practices which came out. Now, domestically, what can be done by professional bodies? I think that is another pillar which I would like to focus on. So, number of suggestions came out on that. First one was how we can adopt technology more and more into our service delivery, how we can ensure that we can leverage the productivity gains on account of artificial intelligence and other things which are coming, how we can set up certification courses which can certify our professionals to provide certain services abroad, train them in foreign laws requirements, language courses, again some very good examples of our professional bodies running language courses, continuous learning programs to update them on what are the new requirements. Another good example came from nursing, which mentioned about high fidelity labs, simulators, so that the qualification, the ease of qualification can be enhanced. Our professionals can be trained on those simulators in those high fidelity labs, and therefore they can then easily qualify in the assessment requirements of other countries. So this is the domestic work. I think on first and second pillar, there is no law, there is no regulation, there is no, I think nothing which is stopping the professional bodies. This can be done autonomously, irrespective of any change of any regulation, law, FTA, anything. So these two pillars I wanted to highlight. Then in domestic reforms, that is again another area that what needs to be done in form of change of laws, regulation. So of course, Niti Aayog has done a comprehensive work, so we are waiting for that report. So Sonia, we look forward to that. So that report will be really helpful in putting across all the thoughts which came up today also. Because we keep hearing all these things related to residency requirements. Now, legal liability frameworks will become important when we have to do cross-border delivery of services. Data privacy will become an issue. Data adequacy requirements, what should be done, sir's question was there, that how should we tackle this issue of cross-border flow of data in mode 1 delivery of services. Soliciting of business, advertisement, some professions allow, some do not allow, some are trying to open that up. Updating our curriculum, updating our standards to align them with the global requirements, allowing multidisciplinary firms, allowing different professions to come together and work. So I think I would categorize all these as in the category of domestic reforms which are required, legal frameworks which need to be either updated, amended, replaced to make them in sync with what are our requirements. The next pillar I would say is pertaining to mutual recognition agreements. So I think we touched the entire spectrum of mutual recognition agreements. From mutual recognition agreement is, I would say, the ideal. As I think someone was telling, that automatic recognition is the highest what we can aim at. But then there could be certain steps in our quest for that ideal. Some steps could be, can we conduct exams in our country? Can we ensure that there are online exams? Can we ensure that the exams are done periodically? Can we ensure that reciprocity issues are tackled, can we do the post-competency assessment work which is done, it is very streamlined and residual issues are not posing a barrier to our professionals. So I think MRA's pillar, that is the fourth pillar I would say. The fifth pillar, of course, on the FTAs, very good discussion took place, and I think it is the task is very clearly cut out. Mode 1 services, we should try and achieve maximum what we can in our trade agreements. Mode 4, we are always trying to the extent possible we can get. Mode 4 will always complement Mode 1 wherever residency requires, establishment requires also a company. Horizontal disciplines on assessment, I think that is another point which was made, and we are moving in that direction. Because qualification disciplines, though they are there in WTO in form of a joint statement initiative, what we can do building upon that, adopting that in our FTAs. Then another important point in FTAs, openness has to be two ways, it cannot be one way. So we need to also open up our market, open up our systems to alignment of regulations. And another important point which we have been thinking, which was made by Dipesh ji on branch campuses in India. So this whole issue of can we allow professional institutions to be established in India? Now we are seeing some colleges, higher education institutions coming to India and being set up. Can we allow more nursing colleges from outside to come and being set up in India? Can we allow medical colleges from outside to come and set up in India? Can we allow other professional courses to set up their colleges in India? So we have been discussing this with Ministry of Education, but I think that is another important area on which one needs to work. The last point which I would like to mention, which was another very, very important point, is how do we build trust in Indian services? Ensure that we get that brand value of Indian services. They should not be considered as labor arbitrage. They should not be considered as low value services, the value of which is captured by someone else by just certifying those services. So we should not hit that ceiling very fast of just using a labor arbitrage. We should try and ensure that we maximize the value which we are delivering in services. So for that, I think ensuring that Indian services are identified with quality, Indian services are identified with the full bouquet of services is very important. Of course, another point which came was on the use of some creative tools like special economic zones for the purposes of tax and regulatory arbitrage wherever it is required. So this is what I would like to sum up, but these are not comprehensive, I would say, points which I have noted. I have noted some points which I could note during all the sessions. So, but overall it was a very, very productive Chintan Shivir. We have gained a lot of insights. We will share a gist of all the discussions which took place today, and we would be in touch with the professional bodies in times to come, in days to come. I really like the idea of a recognition-ready framework. How many of our professions are actually ready for a MRA? We speak about MRA, but are we ready? So Nishant presented a very nice framework to do in form of a checklist. Are we recognition ready? So I think we will share all these details with the professional bodies. As I said, first and second pillar does not require any change of law. It only requires a global orientation. It only requires initiative from our professional bodies, and we are with all the professional bodies, department. Somebody raised the point, there is no common ministry which is looking at this. There are multiple ministries which are there. But let me assure you, as far as export of services is concerned, Ministry of Commerce, you can consider as your nodal point. For all the professions, please reach out to us. We are willing to play that single nodal point of contact for you, for the government. We will reach out to the ministries, departments concerned. Wherever there is any change, amendment, regulation, streamlining, whatever assistance is required, we are there. With these words, I'd like to wrap it up. I'm very thankful that all of you took out time, came here, gave your suggestions, and hope to be in touch with you in future as well. Thank you.
It's an honor to present the word of thanks. As mentioned in the beginning, the Chintan Shivir is right now closed. But as Sir just mentioned, the discussion will remain there. We'll be sharing the details together. We'll be preparing all the minutes. And like a lot of discussions will happen in future for sure. So, as mentioned in the morning by Commerce Secretary Sir, is that a good beginning is a half work done. So I believe the half work done today will be taken further together with ICI and all other institutions present here. A lot of discussion happened, and what it pointed out are have been aptly wrapped up by Sir, but still is the opportunities, challenges, the opportunities due to digitalization, at the same time disruption happening due to AI, but again new set of opportunities coming up, and India is having demographic advantage. How do we make sure that it is totally utilized? So we need competence development, and of course we need to remove all the barriers, what we have discussed, the challenges. So summing it up again is to identify the global demand, which we are doing, the opportunities, align the skilling part, align the regulation part, which has come as a major point of discussion today, remove the regulatory barriers through MRAs, and whatever efforts we can take in that direction, and promote the brand India. This is very important. The trust needs to be built in services, which is intangible. This entire session has been made possible with the efforts of ICI, definitely. The colleagues in ICI needs to be thanked, every office bearer of ICI, and more so Monica Janji has been very active from our office, Soumya and the entire team. And no words will be less to compliment the support and the guidance of Darpan Jain sir and everyone in the Ministry of Commerce, Chayaji, Sarvesh, Anupaji, and all of us are here to serve you in the best possible way. Thank you so much. Thanks.
Request all to join for lunch, please. You can.
To say that. So please do join us for lunch. It is on the other side of the lift. There are usherers outside who will take you to the lunch area. So please join us. Thank you.